Here we go.
You're good.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, welcome back. Stand up, speak up, and show up. Yes, you. This is the Women of Inspiration Summit, and we are not only excited, we are like anticipating because we saw what happened yesterday. It was an incredible day, and we are doubling down today. It is going to be fun, inspiring, motivating. And look, it's a bit of a party. This is our post Emmys. Oh, we were at the Emmys, and we're going to hear from those incredible women today. Oh, I don't know. And it's pre-Oscars, and it's the last summit of the year. And we got a house full of incredible women coming to share. So there is a lot to celebrate today. And I'm going to pass this over to my co-host, Miss Stephanie Seek, that if you did not see her yesterday, she floored it with her incredible presentation about love. Everyone loves love. We love love here. So let me introduce Stephanie properly because she's going to be co-hosting this day with me. She is an international best-selling author of the acclaimed book, The Love Compass. And soon to be in these next few weeks, she is going to be releasing the next version of The Love Compass. The first one was for those young love, the young girls. And then the next one is for the ones that want to double down, meaning they're on their second round of falling in love. She is a private love coach, helping women get the love they deserve. And she does so much more. Stephanie, thank you for being my co-host today.
Hey, thank you, Deb. Thanks for that wonderful intro. Good morning, everyone. We know it's early for some of you, mid-morning for others. We're so happy that you're here. Welcome to day 2 of our wonderful summit. We had an awesome day yesterday, like Deb said. And just quick show of hands, who was here yesterday for all or part? Let's give a little hand wave, get the juices flowing this morning. All right, who is new here today? Who is new to us today that wasn't here yesterday? Little show of hands.
Let's do a show of hands because there's a lot of people streaming. So who knows, right? Well,
that's right.
Hands up for you.
We've got people everywhere, all around the globe. All right, so you're in for a treat today. As always, on these incredible summits, we have powerful speakers. Prepare to be inspired, prepare to get all kinds of nuggets of wisdom, and you will also have the opportunity to win some amazing gifts from our speakers because they are all so generous. And that's part of our 262 community. And what makes Show Up, Stand Up, Speak Up so powerful is that we are women empowering women. We lift each other up because there is abundance and plenty of room for everyone. So as our speakers are talking, and I'm going to be taking notes and asking a compelling question, something that they said during their speech. So you want to be prepared and listening. And then what you do is you pop your answer with your email address into the chat for a chance to win their big giveaway. And these giveaways are incredible. Yesterday, we had someone offering a photo shoot, a magazine spread. We get generous coaching. It's incredible. So be prepared, be listening to the speakers so you can pop your answer into the chat. I'll continue to explain more about how that works when we add more people throughout the day. And finally, have a notebook or a digital note taker available so you can capture all these wonderful takeaways. And if there is a speaker speaking today that doesn't directly apply to something in your life, chances are what they're saying applies to someone you love and know in your life. So take that nugget of wisdom, pay it forward, reach out to that woman or man today and say, hey, I was just on this powerful International Women's Summit with these incredible 262 women, and I learned this, and I thought you might like to hear this insight. And they will so appreciate it. And that way we'll continue spreading the love all over the globe. All right, so now I get to introduce Deb Drummond. Deb, our media entrepreneur, creator of this entire community. And for those of you who don't know Deb, I'm betting most of you do, but for all of our joiners all over the globe, Deb comes from beautiful Vancouver. She is a mother to Ocean and Chloe. You'll hear more and more about Ocean and Natsukashi and Deb's role as momager. And she has dedicated her life to empowering women through creating sustainability. She has built 7 international companies, which is so impressive. She is the founder and visionary behind the Show Up, Stand Up, Speak Up, Yes You movement, which is why we are here today. And in fact, Deb had the vision for 262 when she was 31. It came to her. You'll hear more about that story later on. But this movement is a televised, heart-centered project with a reach of over 350 million, designed to inspire women, those that support women, and to remember the solidarity of International Women's Day. You know, the International Women's Day happens once a year, but Deb said, why not every month? Why not a continual celebration of International Women's Day? And that is at the heart of what we do here. So her book, at the center of this movement, was featured at the 2024 Emmys Premier Celebrity Gifting Lounge. We hand gifted the book to over 200 media celebrities. The book is phenomenal. We'll be talking about that throughout the day and your chance to be in the book. And in breaking news, our beautiful book is going to be at the Oscars. And that is thanks to Deb's media savvy, her leadership, her ability to work with such an international community that the book has created so much buzz. So I know many of you who are joining today are in the book, and we're so proud to be a part of what you have created, Deb. So thank you, Deb, for this movement. Thank you all for joining us today. And Deb, I'll turn it back over to you.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. And thank you, everybody. And I just want to do, I can imagine as you were listening to Emmys and Oscars and all the things, that doesn't happen by yourself. And if you are doing it by yourself, don't. Don't. Get yourself a super cool crew and team. And that's what we have here at 262. And I want to do a big shout out to Kathleen, whom I'm sure you know, who is looking styling today in her leopard. And also you will be seeing Emily Bassett today, her and her whole team. She is the CMO and she has an incredible team behind her. I also want to do a big shout out to Dorothea. If you know anything about this project at all, you've probably talked to her or emailed her many times. Also, we have Desi. Desi has recently joined the team and we are so excited to have her. She is everything tech and then some. And then some, and there's a lot of then somes, I got to tell you. So she's a goddess. Then we have Chris de Jesus, who most of you don't know, but she is our goddess over in the Philippines, and she supports with research and reach out and social media and all things wonderful. We also want to thank Mariki. So she is our CFO. So she keeps us on point. That's important. And then most of all, I want to thank our speakers and our authors who actually sponsor to support this project so we can allow people to come in with that little free button. That free button that has allowed up to 6,000 women and those that support women to come and hear from these incredible speakers absolutely free. We also have added a donation button. So if you are able to, we do appreciate when you donate because that adds to the accessibility and the availability that we can make this project. So everyone has an opportunity to hear what our speakers and authors and what this movement really means as it goes across the countries for the next 5 years. So with that being said, thank you, everyone. Thank you attending. Thank you for sharing. Thanks for all the things. I'm going to pass it over to Emily, who is now going to kick us off with an incredible reel to start this summit. That is how we start every summit, and this is how we end every summit. So let's rock. Let's get it going. Thumbs up.
I feel like Desi thought I was going to talk here, but we're just going to share screen. So,
All right.
everyone, give me a thumbs up if the audio works.
International Women's Day mean to you?
A global hive of queen bees. And these queen bees include all the moms and grandmas that came before us, and also the women and girls of today and tomorrow.
I guess I would just sort of like, if you were going to pick a couple words, I'd say solidarity, sustainability, empowerment.
It acknowledges and celebrates the gifts, talents, and achievements of women around the globe. And I see it as an opportunity for women as part of a global sisterhood to uplift, inspire, and empower and encourage one another.
I don't care where you are. I got you, girl. I'm going to support you. I'm going to love you. And hey, no matter what you do, I'm going to love you despite who you are or what you are. I'm going to love you.
International Women's Day movement is an honoring of all the women throughout the world who are working so tirelessly to change their situations, their communities, become change agents and empower other women to do the good work they need to do.
Community and having champions within that community. Many of us are entrepreneurs. And when you become an entrepreneur, boy, do you need a community of women to lift you up.
Well, cheers. Thank you so much for joining us and having a cheers, a glass of wine, a hello. Welcome to the 262 Women Project. Thank you so much. 262 women, entrepreneurs, ultrapreneurs, creatives, and media, rock legacy and tell all book. This project started with a book. And then while I was sitting on my late night couch office one day, a movie got presented to me and I got very told to watch the movie, and I did. And it was the life story of one of the most incredible women that has dedicated her life to women's accessibility. And I got a very clear download, if you'd want to say, or message that we needed to incorporate more into this project. And their birthed 22 summits of women coming together from all over the world, a world global accessibility event where anyone in the world that was a woman or someone who supported women could come for free and just download their own inspiration and innovation from everyone that was sharing. It's incredible, and it's been incredible. And thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of women's lives have been changed due to this. And we had to be the first project to ever release what we call Sip and Summit. Sip and read, sip and book, sip and join in. And we launched this incredible wine club for people like you to be able to enjoy and participate. You may not have been to anything that we've done, but by purchasing the wine, you have supported and contributed to that message of having an incredible day where women all over the world get to be united in solidarity, whether they're in each other's company or in each other's country or in each other's energy. So thank you so much. I want to cheers to you. If you are a woman who supports a woman, happy International Women's Day. And may that be every day. Treat yourself special every day with a little something. I absolutely love that. Sometimes I listen to that music during the month. I just got to tell you, it's so inspiring and motivating. I just love that. So welcome again. If you've just joined us, and welcome to people that are listening to us by streaming. We know you're there. We love you. We appreciate you. We know many people will be watching this after. We love and appreciate you as well. I wanted to highlight a little bit about the wine and thank our sponsors. Some women love to come speak. Some women love to be in the book, and we invite you both. We have 220 speaking spots throughout the year. Please come share with us. And we also have spots in the book. And you might think, wow, that's kind of interesting. Isn't the book published? But we had 50 incredible women of history holding space. These women have laid track and laid the path for us They've been on the other side of the tulips for about 100 years. And so we wanted you to know who they are. We are now allowing them their names onto one page and opening the space for you, the women that we are meeting now in this 5-year book tour, to have an opportunity to come in, to be in this book as we're handing it out at the Oscars, as we're also handing it as the Emmys, as we're gifting it and going through all of the countries and all of the things. So we invite you to that. I want to do a shout out because we do have sponsors. And if you're interested in sponsoring, there's all sorts of conversations that can happen around that. But I want to show that wine that we were talking about. I tend not to keep it on my desk because my desk is white and this is red. And yes, I have. Yes, I did have that experience. But you'll see that this is the exact same cover as our book. So it is branded to us. It's got a beautiful message on the back about sharing wine and having a glass of wine with women globally for this movement that we've got. This is a gorgeous Napa Valley wine, David Harmon, Brett Hudson. If you want to come down to the vineyard with us in September, then treat yourself. And well, look, tis the season. Tis the season. If you purchase a case of wine, which it's normally $150 a bottle, it is $480 for a case. If you are in the US, we will deliver that right to your home. If you're not, we get creative. So if you're like, I want a case of wine, because that's what it'll take for you to be invited to September's wine stomping party in Napa. You'll get a free ticket when you purchase a case or 12 bottles. You can do that however you want to, as long as it's done by September. And then, of course, Natsukashi Ocean Baker. If you know me, you've probably heard me talk about my kids. And one of them is this super cool streetwear fashion art guy. And so this is his brand. And we have his Patreon link going in. So if you like to support young artists, he supports us with the design. He supports us in every shout out that we do, in swag bags and all the things. We have this incredible, beautiful journal that he just did. And like, you will be taking notes today. Journals are fantastic. Who doesn't love journals? I mean, we have like 9 of them to choose from as a fundraiser for this event because people love journals. So you will get gifted a free journal if you actually sign up on his Patreon for $5 to support an artist. So that's kind of cool. We want to give back to them. And with that being said, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I see that Liz is in the house. So Liz, hello, how are you?
Oh, hi, Debs. Find the button to unmute myself. I am
Find
good.
the button. Well, look at, I'd love to have you kick us off. Now, if you were at the event that we had in Ireland, you would have seen that Liz closed that room. I mean, women on feet, standing. She is motivating. She is inspiring. She has a very powerful story about resilience. And I would encourage you, and Liz, you're going to pop your stuff in the chat after, I hope. I'm going to encourage you to reach out to her. She, she's an incredible woman making change. She educates, and she also helps women learn and understand and recover from something called coercive control. When I say she rocked the room, she rocked the room. This woman got vulnerable. She left it all on the table, and she left us literally standing up on our feet with the feeling that everything is going to be okay, that the world is an incredible place to be. And she talked about resilience in a way that I'd never heard before. So here we are. This is our grand finale, our grand day of 2024 of this incredible summits for this year. And we're starting again in March 7th and 8th. You can welcome to come back. And I know that you talk about the importance of the now moment. Can you share a little bit of that to kick us today?
Yeah, sure. I mean, at the end, what I believe is that we all have a past and we all have a future, but I think the focus needs to be on our now moments. And it's always about checking in on how we're feeling moment by moment. And I think sometimes that kind of helps us to direct where we're going, because ultimately our thoughts are a magnet for what comes into our experience. And I think that it's just so important that we can home in on those now moments and, always ask ourselves the question, how am I feeling now? How am I feeling now? Because our thoughts are something that just control us. And it's not about getting rid of our thoughts. It's about learning how we can focus them and have intention with our thoughts, because ultimately they string off from our beliefs, and our beliefs are just our thoughts that we continue to think. But the positive thing about that is we can change them. They're interchangeable, and we can always have new beliefs, and we can always have new shifts in our life, in order to, my message is always, create peace in our heart. And it can be a journey to get there, but it is so inspiring, because you can then help to empower the next person.
Wow. So look, you work with a pretty impactful topic. You speak around the world on how to recover from coercive control. So when someone's gone through something that's been a little defeating, and you're putting your way back up, is there anything that you can share in case anyone is listening today that's having to put one foot in front of the other?
Yeah, absolutely. And I always say, this thing, and I know we've spoke about it before, Debs, in terms of, the resilience that we have. And the thing that is really prominent with resilience is that it teaches us about who we are as people. It kind of, even if we hit our version of rock bottom, we overcome things that we never thought we could. And that could be grief, it could be loss, it could be heartbreak, it could be trauma, it could be abuse, it could be betrayal, it could be any of those things. But it teaches us so much about who we are as human beings. And from that, we give birth to confidence. And when we have confidence in ourselves, it's such a great thing, because that then leads to empowerment. And it's all well and good kind of empowering ourselves, but you get to the point, you reach that conscious level where what you want to do is you want to be able to empower others. You want to be able to be in that room and speak highly of other women. It's great as well to obviously tell them how you feel about them, but it's that kind of mentality. Actually, do you know what? I am going to be the voice for you if you're not able to speak. I am the person that can speak up for you. I am the person that's going to praise your business. I am the person that wants to lift you up. And I think once we do that for other people, we ultimately bring other people up. And I think it's so important that we realize that, and we take that on as human beings. That's what we're here for. We're here for that peace, when we're here for that connection. And I was having a conversation with a lovely lady the other day, and I said something, and she said, "Oh my gosh, you should make that into a little quote." And what I said in the conversation was, it took me over 40 years to realize that the gap I was trying to close between believing and knowing was my own self-doubt. And I think sometimes we think that, our confidence comes from something external, but actually the truth of it is it's something internal. It's something that we have to cultivate over a period of time. And I've kind of, now I live my life by that. And it took me so long to realize that, but it gives us empowerment, and it helps us to go, actually, this is all about me. I can do this, and who I am is enough. And I think that's just a really important message for us to always tap into, along with our now moments, along with our confidence, and along with our empowerment that we want to be able to give to others as well.
Oh, that's so impactful. And I love that you shared. I mean, if there's one thing that I love about our summits is the transparency. And so, because when look at you rocked that room, I'm sure Joanne was like you rocked that room. And it's hard sometimes when someone sees someone so competent and so able to verbalize, and so able to stand there and be resilient, the process that it takes, and 4 years, and loving yourself along that journey. I watched you along that journey. I loved it. I was her first LinkedIn call, and I watched you go from making your first LinkedIn call to the process of that experience that you were having, closing the doors in that experience, all the way to standing up on that stage, releasing programs, writing books, all the things. I remember your book launch, which was incredible, right?
Yeah.
And so it is a journey. And I think, like you say, being in the now and giving ourselves credit, and also giving ourselves grace. Ourselves grace, because most of the time we are in some kind of process. If you're stretching, I know that we're going to be, having that conversation today about stretching to the next level and what does it take, right?
Absolutely.
So thank you for kicking us off. And I have to say that you do incredible work. It's not work that everyone can do. It's, I had a call this, last week with a woman who's in the mall in London, and she's talking, and I'm like, you got to talk to Liz, right? She was having that experience, your specialty. And it takes a lot for a woman to be able to hold women up in such difficult traumatic situations. And so you're a real blessing, and not everybody can have that experience, convert their experience to what you do. So I know Liz, I know her work. If you can put it there, I know you have a book. What is your book called, hun?
Yeah, it's just behind me. This one here, I've got two. It's one's Break Free. It's a transformational journey and paradigm shift out of coercive control. And the second one is co-parenting within coercive control. I know there's a lot of talk around you can't co-parent, but I wanted to kind of hold space on that. Actually, what was I trying to do in that relationship? And that's why I kind of wanted to call the book that, because that is very much my stance on it. And so, yeah, there's the two books, and I'll pop my details in. I'm not very good with like tech and stuff like that, as you well know, Debs. So I'm going to pop
Put
in
your
mine.
email. Just put your, put your email.
email.
Yeah, you can be fantastic at one thing and not have to rock and roll at other. So you help women recover from coercive control. We're going to give you some grace on the fact that you're not techie. I think that's all good.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Debs. Thank you so much.
No, absolutely. Some love, some love, some love. Kick off with a really powerful moment and resilience and feeling good inside. Stephanie, I'm going to pass that over to you for a few words.
Yes, Liz, thank you I'm really glad to hear your book title. As you know, there's a myriad of ways we are controlled or we can be subjected to control. And the fact that you cover co-parenting, as well as, the individual woman experience in that is so valuable. So I'm excited to read your book, actually, and encourage everyone in this community. We all know someone. We all know a woman who's been faced and put in that those manipulative situations. And so again, like we said at the beginning when we kicked off, and welcome to many of you who just joined over the last 20 minutes, the purpose of today is women helping women, women lifting up women, entrepreneurs lifting up entrepreneurs. We are here to inspire and to motivate. And someone like Liz, really brings the heart and the purpose into what we do. So thank you so much, Liz.
Thank you
for having you here. All right. So before we move to our next esteemed speaker, I just wanted to point something out, which is this incredible top performance success planner. And I'm bringing this up at the top of our meeting today because everyone is always looking for, how do I capture these inspiring words? How do I use it to set goals for myself? How do I set intentions? We are coming up on 2025. What a magical year, a magical number to set new goals, new intentions for our lives as entrepreneurs. And this book, this is the first, Deb wisely created this book. And this planner is divided into two. So I'm holding in front of me the January to June planner. And then you can also get the July to December planner, so you're not carrying around a cumbersome book. And the beauty of this planner is that, of course, Deb, passionate about helping us be amazing business owners and entrepreneurs, has all kinds of sections for your vision and how you want your 2025 to unfold. But the really cool thing are these QR codes. So you see these codes, many of you are in this book, right? In this planner. We have the QR codes. You take your phone, open up the QR code, and you get a beautiful quote and an inspirational message. We have musicians playing songs on there. We have our incredible speakers. It's 1 to 2 minutes of an inspiring thought for your week. So this is a planner like no other. If you're looking for a place to capture the spirit of what you want to be in 2025, check this out. You can get the Top Performance Planner by Deb Drummond on Amazon. And I think the links are being popped in. All right, Deb, I am about to kick off our next speaker. Would you like to add anything?
No, other than it's super fun. And if anyone wants to put a quote in, so this is our last summit of this year, and we made a decision to do a whole bunch of gifting. And so if someone wants to have a complimentary quote in the planner where you can pop up on someone's phone and they can send it anywhere in the world. And if you're not the kind of person that wants to do a video to pop up, we can have your quote pop up with your signature. It's beautiful. But if anyone decides to speak for March 7th or March 8th, which is going to be our International Women's Day, back-to-back 2 days of every country. If you'd like to speak there, we'd like to hear from you, but we're going to gift you a planner because you're going to want to put your voice in there as well, and we'll do that for you. So other than that, I see my good friend, Melissa, is sitting with a beautiful purple background. Hello, my friend. Who I have to say, here's the interesting thing. What I love is that, you know, we had someone talking about accountability yesterday, and me and Melissa met, and we decided that we were going to be accountable as business friends. And we have built the coolest friendship just by meeting on an experience like this, where we just kind of connected, and we have stayed connected ever since. I don't know how long it's been, but it's been really cool in this world of entrepreneurship to have someone you didn't know meet in a business circle in an arena like this and continue to stay on top of each other's lives and movement. I don't know about you, but sometimes, you know, entrepreneurship or striving can be a little funky and a little lonely, and it makes it so much better when you have friends. So thanks, girl.
Hello, Dr. Melissa. I am so honored to welcome Dr. Melissa Balazan. Did I say your last name correctly? Is that
Close
correct?
enough.
Close enough.
Say it really quick. I want to make sure we say it correctly.
Balizan.
Balizan. Okay, Dr. Melissa Balizan, who is a concierge pharmacist, consultant, and international speaker. Dr. Melissa is famously known as the pharmacist in your pocket. And she is going to be talking to us today on the topic of a healthy body is a sexy body. So ladies, we are starting off with a bang here, bright and early this morning. And Dr. Melissa, she is a big fan of Carrie Underwood. And as many of you know, when we introduce our speakers, we'd love to talk about what music they're listening to and what's inspiring them. So you can create your own playlist and get inspired as well. So Dr. Melissa is listening to Jesus Take the Wheel by Carrie Underwood. Wonderful song. And what you may not know about Dr. Melissa is that her favorite cartoon growing up was Tom and Jerry. Oh, I remember Tom and Jerry. That's a great one. All right. And as we always do, our speakers are so generous. And so Dr. Melissa has a gift for everyone on this call today, and that is an ebook. And the ebook is called Steps to Living a Stress-Free Life. Oh my gosh, we can all use that, right? So after her talk, Dr. Melissa will be popping that link into the chat. It's a free gift for you all. And then she'll be gifting her one-on-one consultation. So this is a gift to one of you lucky women here today who will win this. It's a one-on-one consultation. It's a private review of your medications and supplements. That is so important because sometimes we're taking a whole factory of supplements and what are we doing? And so to get that private time with renowned Dr. Melissa, it's a value of $500. So what you have to do in order to win this is I'm going to be asking a question about something Dr. Melissa says in her talk, and the first person to answer it correctly wins. Now, keep in mind, you only can win one premier gift per summit. So even if, as we go through the day, you see yourself popping up second, third, keep answering the questions. So this is time to lean into what Dr. Melissa has to say. All right, Dr. Melissa, welcome. We would love to start with knowing what, in your opinion, is a healthy body? What makes a sexy body?
Well, let me get started, Stephanie. So a truly sexy body just isn't about appearance. It truly is about health. And so when we look at healthy, we look at physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health. It's more than just that physical. But we will talk about the physical. So how well your lungs, your heart, your muscles, your body functions. This is critical for you to stay healthy and active and have energy. We talk about the heart, aerobic activity, walking, running, swimming. These all strengthen your heart. They improve your circulation. Guess what? They reduce your risk of heart disease and stroke. Strong muscles and bones. They help you maintain your balance, improve your posture, prevent injury, flexibility, stretching, yoga. Guess what? That improves your range of motion so we can still reach the ceiling, so we can still reach down and pick things up off the floor. What about good posture? Good posture alone can transform your appearance, make you look taller, and actually make you look poised and, yes, sexier. So sexy and healthy go together. Don't forget what goes on the inside, how nutrition plays a role in how we feel, how we function, how we repair. We look at the different things that we eat. The carbohydrates that we eat provide energy for us. Proteins, those are those building blocks, and they repair our tissue and build muscle. The fats, yes, fats are good. Healthy fats, especially, they support cell function, hormone production, and they help with balance. And don't forget those vitamins and minerals, because without them, you wouldn't have a good immune system and you wouldn't have healthy skin. And water. Hydration is key for a healthy, sexy body. Almost every one of our bodily functions depends upon hydration. Okay. Don't forget how we're putting that food in, being mindful of how we eat. We want to develop that healthy relationship with food because it prevents us from overeating and it improves our digestion. And let's look at that mental. When we look at being mentally healthy, I'm not talking about mental illness. I'm talking about mental health, mental well-being. There is, yes, a defined definition of a disease of mental health, but mental health overall is your mental well-being. Your body thrives on your mind being in a positive state. Chronic stress, anxiety, and mental health issues, guess what? You will struggle more with those if you have a weakened immune system. They can disrupt your sleep if you have a weakened immune system. Stress management is key to a healthy body. You have to learn how to manage your stress and reduce anxiety and depression. Let's look at that emotional health. We have to be able to process our emotions, building strong relationships, maintaining a sense of purpose. Don't forget the one we always try and overlook, sleep. It's very, very important. A lot of things happen when we sleep. Our body recovers, we regenerate, we perform at our best when we sleep well. A body that is well cared for has more energy for the things that you do and love. So we need to exercise, we need to eat well and take care of ourselves. And when we do that, our body releases these things called endorphins, which are feel-good hormones. And so when we have that proper nutrition, enough sleep, mental health, emotional health, guess what? That's very sexy. And we don't have to fit into that definition of that box of somebody saying, okay, this is sexy. Sexy is about owning your body, feeling confident in your own skin, and knowing that your health and well-being are at the core of your beauty. The sexiest thing you can do is love and care for yourself, body, mind, and spirit. So healthy, sexy.
I love that. You said so many important things today, Dr. Melissa. And I made a few notes, posture and balance. I think when you said posture, I don't know about everyone else on the call, but I went and sat up straighter in my chair because posture, balance, just carrying ourselves healthy, makes us feel and look sexy. So that's such a great point. And then you were talking about mental health and taking care of ourselves and really paying attention to what our body's telling us. And that leads me to my next question. As women, we have the tendency to overgive, right? Something we do is we put the needs of everyone else ahead of our own. So what is the cost to women's health when they are sacrificing their own needs and putting everyone's needs ahead of themselves?
Yeah, that's exactly true. We always put ourselves at the bottom. Well, not always. A lot of times we do. And the cost can be significant. We may skip that workout. We may grab fast food on the go. We put off getting that good night's sleep. Neglecting one part of our health can create a cascade of problems that affect everything. We put ourselves at risk for chronic conditions such as heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, stroke. High blood pressure, we think it's mild. Guess what? It's the silent killer, and it actually can lead to heart failure, kidney damage, vision loss. So lack of self-care, the cost can weaken your immune system. You're not getting enough sleep. You're eating poorly, you're not moving. A body that's not well rested or well nourished has a harder time fighting off those bacteria and those viruses. When we don't move, our muscles become stiff and we have that joint pain. Let's not forget that chronic stress, because chronic stress is good. Now, stress is a good thing in the right environment. But what happens with chronic stress is especially when we neglect our self-care, then the work pressures come up, family demands come up, health concerns. Stress takes a huge toll on your mental and physical health. Depression can set in. Depression affects more than just your mood. It affects your ability to function. When we sacrifice sleep, we no longer think clearly. We no longer able to focus or retain information. And guess what? That puts us at risk for accidents and injuries. Don't forget about that sleep. The cost of not sleeping, our bodies naturally repair itself and regenerate certain processes when you sleep. If you don't sleep enough, you're not getting those processes done. And the physical, the mental, the emotional, there's that financial cost as well. Because what about all those? You now have to go see the physician or your doctor, or your nurse practitioner, wherever you're going to see your provider. That costs money. If you happen, you have an accident, you have to go to the ER, that costs money. Those medical visits, what if you have to be on a medication for a short period of time? Let's not forget about that lost time from work. The Center for Disease Control says that 75% of all healthcare spending is from chronic diseases. And I love my statistics. So if you didn't know that heart disease kills more women than all cancers combined, look around the room. Nearly 1 in 3 women will die from heart disease. So I want to tell you just a little story here. This is about one of my clients. We're going to call her Jane. 40-year-old high-level executive, satisfying career, family, lots of love in her life. But the stress of her job kept climbing higher and higher. She walked, she ate healthy, but she eventually was not able to leave work at the office. Work crept into her personal time. She found herself not eating healthy, stopping to pick up over what was quick on the way home so she could get the kids to soccer practice, get through homework, then spend a few more hours on that latest work project. This soon was affecting her sleep, her relationship with her husband, and even her children. The fatigue came on suddenly, but she just brushed it aside. No big deal. But the pain in her abdomen and her nausea that she experienced became so unbearable. One night, she asked her husband to take her to the emergency room. Luckily, she arrived in time and was taken to the cardiac cath lab for a stent. She was having a heart attack. Jane was lucky, and she vowed not to let that job stress interfere with her world anymore. Jane was strong. She had strong faith and became stronger as she healed, and she now helps educate high-level executive women on the dangers of stress and how it can affect your health. So please don't let the cost get to you. Never underestimate the power of a regular checkup, getting your blood pressure checked, your cholesterol levels checked, your blood sugar screening. These are critical and they could prevent heart disease.
Thank you for that. Those are very important pieces of advice to take our health seriously. It goes beyond advice. It's more of a mandate, right? We really have to take care of ourselves. And this is your area of specialty, Dr. Melissa, and you have this term that we call you the pharmacist in your pocket. Can you elaborate on what that is and why it's important to have a pharmacist in your pocket?
Absolutely. So you may or may not know what a pharmacist does. So I'm just going to give you a little tips about what a pharmacist, because you may see them behind the counter at Walgreens or CVS or Rite Aid. These pharmacists, they're highly trained healthcare professionals. And we specialize in medications. We understand how drugs interact. We understand how they affect our bodies. Now, when I say drugs, I mean medications, over-the-counter medications, supplements, herbals, all of these things, I consider them because you're putting something in your body. We, as pharmacists, know how to maximize the effectiveness of these drugs and minimize the side effects. Pharmacists are critical to your healthcare team. We can give advice on managing chronic conditions. We help with medication management. Sometimes you have to juggle those prescriptions. One in five Americans takes more than 5 pills, according to the Center for Disease Control. And 5 medications, that's a boatload. Some people take upwards of 10 or 13 when they add in their supplements. So that first one is just prescription meds. Pharmacists are very helpful at looking to help you manage those medications so that you have timing things. You may have to take them differently. I, as a concierge pharmacist, consultant pharmacist, I can help you with all of that above, side effects, how to minimize them, help you with answering questions about the latest supplement or over-the-counter medication your friend may be taking and see if it's right for you. As that concierge, I offer convenience, accessibility, my expert advice, high quality personalized care, because I get to know you and know your specific health history, your medications, your lifestyle. There's a lot of things that lifestyle makes changes. I can, as a pharmacist in your pocket, I can help you. You can tap into my expertise and about your specific medications, the supplements, those herbals. A lot of people forget about those things. You're able to ask that question, help you understand the purpose of your medication, help you understand the purpose of the supplement, help you understand those lifestyle recommendations. So I can talk about, I use the holistic approach. So you often hear me talk about whole body health, physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health, because that's so key. And I can do that for you. I can be your personal health advocate. And so that's what a pharmacist in your pocket is. That's me.
That's great. A lot of us have questions about, should I be taking these 10 different supplements and how does it interact with this and what's the impact on my gut health? And I wouldn't know necessarily who to call, right? You end up maybe going to your primary and sometimes they're not trained. Like you said, pharmacists are trained and educated on how to help us understand these interactions. And so the fact that you do this independently, Dr. Melissa, and offer that service is incredible. As we start to wrap up, Dr. Melissa, you shared the story about Jane and how Jane had her wake-up call. And I think, if it hasn't happened to us personally, we know someone to whom it has happened, a hard-charging, high-power female executive who seems to have it all together on her Facebook posts and then, has a health scare. And so could you just in the last minute or two here, Dr. Melissa, leave us with a story, something inspiring of maybe someone you've coached who turned around their life successfully in working with you?
Sure. Besides Jane, I've had multiple clients that have come to me. Some of them have come with just having that scare. A lot of them have come because after a scare. There's, let me tell you, let me get you pre-scare. So I've scared you enough and you don't have that heart attack yet, but I've had several clients come to me with medications that they want to get off of because they've been put on them for anxiety and depression. Okay. So their medication, the depression medication, most of them will increase your blood pressure unknowingly. So people don't really realize that. But this one individual I'm thinking of right now, she's come to me because she had been put on some depression medication and her blood pressure's been a little wacky. But what we've been doing is we've been working together and I've been able to get her down off of her antidepressant. We've put in other things into her life. So we look at that whole picture of health. So because you have to be supported, you cannot just stop things. Okay. You will have major detrimental side effects, rebound effects. So keep that in mind. You can't just stop something. We've got to wean you off very specifically. So I've taken her off of that. She is feeling more lively, more vibrant. We've got her blood pressure down under control. She's still on a couple of small medications right now, but we've decreased her supplements that she was taking. So I help you bear down to the minimum of what you really need. Okay. So we're still working together. So she's doing wonderful, and thriving. I mean, we've gotten her off that antidepressant. That's so huge. And she
That is
feels so
huge.
much better.
Oh, that is a wonderful story. What a testimonial. You've given us some great examples, some real world examples that I think resonated with this group today. So, Dr. Melissa, thank you for educating us today on the reminder of taking care of ourselves and our health. Now what we're going to do is so Dr. Melissa, you're going to pop into the chat your free ebook, Steps to Living a Stress-Free Life. Thank you for that generous gift. Thank you for your time today. It's been wonderful having you on. And now to the group, I want to pose a question. So you can win Dr. Melissa's one-on-one consultation. And it is this: what did Dr. Melissa say is what disease is the number one killer of women? It's important that we all know this. So put that answer in with your email address so we know to get a hold of you if you are the winner.
Let's show some love for
Great.
Melissa. Let's do some jazz hands, some
Thank
hearts.
you, Dr. Melissa. Thank
Oh my
you.
gosh. So you can see why I hang out with this woman on a regular basis. So cool. So cool. Thanks, hon. Wow. And congratulations to the winner, whomever that is. And just so you know, whom wins will be contacted this week. Dorothy will be going through all of the prizes from yesterday and today, and you will get an email and connected to the person who gifted the prize. And I'm sure Melissa will be. And if you have any questions for our speakers, please go into the chat. And if you don't know that the chat has a private message, so you can message privately if you like to, if you don't want your question to be seen by everybody, but please do support and ask questions and cheer on and make time to see them after. So thank you for that. Oh my gosh, we've kicked off with some really incredible speakers that are giving us such gemstones about confidence, and we've had health and all the things. And I see that Renee is in the room, and I'd love to bring her up. We've been having some incredible conversations. Renee Peterson, a Canadian in the house, and we were having a conversation, and there was something that she said that I thought was really quite interesting and kind of had nailed something that is not always easy to nail. As we are bettering ourselves and changing and doing what we need to do to be a better version of us, whether it's in our business, and not everybody is in their own business, but whether it's in business, whether it's in life, whether it's in relationships. And Renee does a lot of work in the intuitive world and the spiritual world and helping. And it's interesting that you're following Melissa because you have a long life as a nurse, but she's been leaning into the healing world. And she said something that she's been helping women heal what they cannot see. And it just made me stop. And I'm like, if that was shorter, that would be a great hashtag. You know what I mean? Hashtag heal what you cannot see. I asked her to pop on today to just kind of bring light to that, because so many times we kind of are chasing around the bush, like, what's wrong? I can't get things going. So I just thought I'd ask her to pop on, say hello. She's a new 262 sister, and share a little bit about that, Renee, if you don't mind.
Sure, I would love to. So yeah, I actually brought my little stethoscope. So
all right, so we've got the doctors in the house. We're well taken care of today.
So yeah, I'll just kind of start with this story. So I'll just put this down. But I do love this stethoscope because I remember as a nursing student, I was so excited to be on the labor and delivery ward, because even though I'd had 2 daughters, and then to go to the mat child ward. And after I'd seen babies born, even though I'd given birth to babies, I was like, nah, that's not for me. I'm good. So then it was like off to the mat child ward. And my instructor was like, asked me, it was my turn to go listen to the baby's heartbeats. And so I did that. And so I just remember I was so nervous because all of my anatomy and physiology was coming back about like, okay, I need to make sure I get this heartbeat right so that I document it. I don't want to miss anything. And so as I did that on these labor and delivery wards, these precious babies, these precious heartbeats, these little souls, I was so deeply touched. And to this day, even as I held my own grandsons in my arms, it can choke me up, because it's just, they're so pure. It's almost like looking upon this little unwritten soul. Yet I knew, even as a nurse, like something deeper at the time, I was like, I could feel it. But yet now I understand it more fully in my work today as a leadership and spirituality coach. So what I know to be true is that we all come into this lifetime with a set of gene markers from each one of our parents. And so whatever is unhealed within our mother and our father lives within us. And so trauma lives in the form of an engram, it's called. It's a trace on the DNA. So we're all born into trauma. I think people think, oh, trauma is, I've been in a car accident, or my home has been flooded, or all of those big things. But trauma, which we know from research today and which I'm studied in, isn't what happens to us. It's what happens within us. It's the meaning that we give these situations, that it can be a fact and whatever meaning we give it. And so we're all born into it. It's part of this human experience. We carry forth the beliefs of our parents and they tag our DNA. So we used to only believe and know that the mother's umbilical cord, the maternal blood, was just passed through the infant through the cord. But now we know that we're bathed in our mother's emotions and beliefs. And that, as Dr. Bruce Lipton's work has said, we've been programmed since the moment that we were conceived in the womb. So we already come into this life encoded with familiar beliefs, what our mothers carried on their DNA, what our fathers did. And this ancestor DNA is the intergenerational trauma. And so I believe, and I'm so passionate about, it's time to shake those family trees and to become conscious of the unconsciousness of the family trees. And so I think that so many of us are walking around today feeling that we're authentic, we're fully expressed, all the things, but I kind of beg to differ, only because I've experienced that myself. It's like I'm walking around and I'm just like thinking I'm so confident in all the things that I'm going to accomplish, all this stuff. And there was always this barrier, always this thing that just kept holding me back. And I was like, what is that? All the personal development, all the workshops, all the things that you attend to, all the books, and I just couldn't get past myself. And so it wasn't until I started to go do that deeper dives, that deeper work, to really release those constrictions, those beliefs, those tags, if you will, off the DNA, for me to be more fully expressed. And so that is what I feel is I've got to change the expression on my DNA from my ancestral lineage, from the let's be quiet and all of that. Oh my gosh, time is going by so fast. So I just posed the question to you. What patterns are repeating? What do you see in your matrial lineage? I know that I had a client who was 61 and she just felt called to do the deeper work. She said, I want to do this for the unseen patterns of my granddaughter. And she shared the following. All my life, I've had female role models that followed the rules of society as they did the best with what they knew. The conformities of staying small and avoiding confrontation, self-sacrificing, and in service to everybody but themselves. Embodying codependency with unhealthy attachment over authenticity. But she realized that through all of her personal work and even her awareness, she was unable to free herself till she did that deeper subconscious work. And what I've experienced even just so incredibly transformatively is that the deeper dives into the subconscious mind reveals the automations and the programs playing out. And I just know that no amount of positive thinking or mantras is going to override the sabotage of the subconscious mind, because it wins every time. And I really do believe, like, as Carl Jung has said, you can't, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And so I'm also a teen girl empowerment coach, and I have been for nearly 2 decades. And I believe and know that our greatest contribution to this world is what we heal within us and who we raise and what we are modeling to the next generation. And healing yourself is healing generations that you will never see. And I know that every woman who heals all women before her and heals all women after her. So I think, what generational patterns do we need to overcome for the next generation? And I know this, to take our power back, we have to take 100% responsibility for our own lives. The time is now to understand what is at play, the work that needs to be done. And I pose the question, how do you change the world? Well, it starts with each one of us taking 100% responsibility for our own energetics, and the ripple effect of that, I believe, will ultimately change the world. So, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much. But I know we pushed it to time. I know that.
I know, I'm sorry.
Because you're talking fast like I do. That's what I find when I'm doing these summits. I'm always talking fast, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to highlight, I mean, we had a long, lengthy conversation and you encapsulated it so beautiful. But I think as we're talking this morning, we were talking about empowerment with Liz, and we were talking about taking care of your health. A healthy body is a sexy body. And I think what you've sparked off is is what we are all doing and evolving. That's what we're doing here. That's what we're coming on the summit. And we are healing and we are changing and we're standing up and speaking up and showing up. And just so I thought, what a beautiful addition and a beautiful way to explain your ideas around that. So please, I know there's more to be said and more to be done.
Yes.
Put your information in the chat. I know that you're writing a book. Don't you love it? I talked about this yesterday. We are now officially doing book launches at the end of every summit, and Chef Mary kicked us off yesterday. And it is such an exciting piece of this summit because there's so many women that are actually putting their words on paper, and it's really braving up. So I know that you'll be releasing your book soon, and we're excited to support you in that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And look, I'm going to move right into our next group of cheerleaders officially standing up, speaking up, and showing up. As many of you know, this is our post-Emmys pre-Oscars event. Wow. And we had the most incredible group of women come to join and represent. Like everyone that was in this book, everyone that's ever spoke on this stage, everyone who's ever attended was represented by these incredible people. And I'm going to ask them a couple of questions. So you're going to have to kind of wave. I don't know if they're going to put us together or you're going to have to just kind of wave when I call your name. But we've got Miss Kathleen Carlson, Dr. Lisa Tan, Stephanie Seek, Kathy Holt, Joanne Callahan, and Beth Elsfelder. They represented the 262 at the Celebrity Hand Gifting Ceremony in September. And we had an incredible response. There was women grabbing this book and they were holding it to their chest and they're like, please, can we have pictures? And, someone talking to Kathy about this needs to be a documentary. And they were like, can I have a book for my sister and my brother? And men coming over and going, my mom needs this, my aunt needs this. And as you know, it's a collective of 262 rock star women leaving legacy of words on paper. And, when you get asked to do something like that, it's really interesting, right? Everyone's like, oh yeah, absolutely, for sure. But there's a mindset that might have happened for all these women. And I wanted them to talk about it because we talk on standing up, speaking up, and showing up. And that's not easy. It's not easy. There was a woman who shared yesterday who the night before, and she was talking for about 4 or 5 minutes. And the night before, I was on the phone with her talking her off the ledge, right? It's not easy to go forward. It's not easy to be transparent. It's not easy to get on a plane and go across the country and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. So I wanted to ask, and maybe I'll just kind of, in the way that I just, said your name's going to, Kathleen, I'm going to start with you. And we only have a few minutes each, but if you could encapsulate and share your experience on what did you have to overcome to say yes to doing that? And what was your biggest takeaway from the experience? So Kathleen, I'll start with you.
Thanks, Deb, and everybody else that's here this morning. For me, I think it's almost the same thing that it is for anything that I have to endeavor on. Just kind of getting to the point where you realize it's not about you. As women, we take it all on. Oh my gosh, what about this? What about that? And now we're going somewhere, we're going to meet celebrities, right? And present ourselves in front of them. And so, I think that initial, oh my gosh, who will I see? How I measure, you're not going to measure up, you're just not. And the fact is, you don't need to measure up. So that's kind of what it really came to me pretty fast. And it was it's about the movement. And I think we all approached it that way. And that's exactly what it became. Very quickly, everybody that walked up became our friends. And it was like, hey, you need to be in here because this book is full of powerful women and you should be one of them. And immediately it was like, what's your story? So for me, whether that's deflection or whatever, but it was really true interest. I wanted to know what was their journey. And that's what I think the whole movement is. It's like sharing our journey, figuring out, what it took for all of us to get where we are and what it will take to go forward and turn the tables and make it about the people you're serving. And that made it fun and interesting. And I think we got an amazing response from the people that came through.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, we know we've made impact. I think we're up hitting somewhere around 6,000 women that have come to these summits, and we're We're well over 200 million media impressions. So someone's listening, and we're so happy for that. Dr.
Yeah.
Lisa Tan, how about you? What was it like for you to step up, and what was that experience? And what was your takeaway?
What Kathleen said struck me because so interestingly, yesterday I was thinking about getting a tattoo that says, "It ain't about me." And I didn't actually get a tattoo. However, I got AI to make a tattoo on my arm for me. And I'll post that picture in Facebook group so you can all see my "It Ain't About Me" tattoo. And I would say that was also what I had to let go. All the things that I was telling myself that kept me on the sidelines. And this concept that came up while as we were signing the book was the concept of having a seat at the table. And I realized it wasn't just about us that were physically there at the lobby of the Marriott signing books. It was about all the sisters now having a seat at this table that runs from Canada to Kenya. Like we were representing everyone. So whether we're on this virtual summit together today or you meet another sister at a book launch, we're all having a seat at this table. And that was really what helped me lean into the experience. My biggest takeaway was this, well, what I called the Emmy's energy. And to make it tangible for you, I'm going to give you a little challenge. The next time you walk into a room, let your bosom enter the room 5 minutes before you do, and let your derriere leave the room 5 minutes after you. And that is the Emmy's energy that you can project wherever you are. It doesn't even matter. You can have your own red carpet moment by doing that.
All right. Okay, I want reports on that. Stephanie.
I'm going to go very practical for a moment because a lot of us are maybe newer entrepreneurs. And one of the mindset limitations I had to get over was actually the financial investment. You know, when you're a year, 2, 3 years into your entrepreneurial journey, I quit a high-paying corporate leadership job to start my own business. And when Deb came to me and first of all said, "Do you want to be in the book?" And then magically 6 months later, "Do you want to represent the book at the Emmys?" I had to think about, you know, money and investing in yourself and investing in the people around you is simply energy. Money is energy. We need to release it so that it can come back to us, right? So that was one of my learnings. And then I also, my big takeaway was that truly anything is possible for your life. I'm living a new chapter in my life. And had you told me 4 years ago when I was slogging away as a VP running myriad calls every day, going to bed absolutely exhausted, that I would have my own company, be in a book, be an international speaker, and be at the Emmys, I would have looked at you like, what? How is that even possible? And so what this experience really brought home for me is that, especially with a community of women, entrepreneurs lifting you up, that anything is possible.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And Miss Kathy Holt.
Good morning, everybody. It's morning, I think, for pretty much everybody on the call, but if not, good afternoon and good evening. Yes, for me, I will echo some of what Stephanie said, is that the opportunity was obviously one of those of a lifetime, and at least for me. But I really had to concentrate and focus on investing in me, because I have spent so many years, decades, you know, investing in others, taking care of others, being present for others. And now I'm on my journey of really taking care of me, because I have so much I want to do and so much I think I can share. And, pay forward to other women. And so that was part of it. My personality is I'm not a big risk taker when it comes to physical things, but when it comes to emotional things or, opportunities that present themselves, it's like, sure, okay. And then I think, oh my God, how am I going to make this happen? But somehow it happens. That energy, like Stephanie said, it's there and it comes back. My biggest takeaway, I think, was that the positive response we got from everyone there. I mean, celebrities are people. And to hear, as Kathleen said, when we said, what's your story? Because we wanted to know what's happening in their lives so that we could understand and, empathize or be compassionate about, because it's a very brutal world in LA and in Hollywood. So the stories they shared were just so powerful. And like Kathleen, I said so many times to people, your story needs to be in this book because it will help other women and it will give them pathways or skills or just information for them to move forward also. But the energy was so positive. People just kept coming back to our table. I mean, they'd go away, they'd go see something else, and then they'd come back and they'd say to us, oh, we love your energy here. We just love being with you. We love talking with you, because we were one of the things I always say is collaboration over competition, which is a big message for LA, because there it's competition and collaboration is harder to find. So that kind of energy of we are collaborating with each other, we are giving each other our energy, we are getting energy from each other. To me, that was the biggest takeaway. And it really filled my soul and made me realize how many more women are out there that need to join us.
Wow, thank you so much, Kathy, and thank you for being in New York for us today. Thank you. And Beth. Oh, honey, we can't hear you. I don't know why you're muted.
There. Can you hear me now? Good morning, everyone. And, I'm going to be truly honest. When Deb first asked me, I've always been my whole life, I've been used to being invisible because it's more comfortable. I work behind the scenes. I do things, on my own. And, I've always had these lifetime companions of not being enough, whether it's skinny enough, good enough, smart enough. I've been dealing with those my whole life, and, the self-doubt. And so that came up again for more healing and just doing the inner work to overcome these feelings, to push through the self-doubt. And it took a lot of self-reflection and an inner shift on a deep level. And that's what allowed me to embrace this amazing opportunity. My biggest takeaway was witnessing the magic that happens when we come together, when we lift each other up, when we collaborate with open hearts and open minds and work together towards a shared passion and purpose. And when we're living in alignment with our true selves, the energy at the Emmys, our table was electrifying. The warmth, the welcoming atmosphere. Many people came back multiple times and brought other people to the table and said, you need to meet these women. You need to hear about this book and this movement. So it was just really amazing to witness the level of just magic. I mean, there's no other word for it. It was magical. And I loved getting to know all of these women more fully. You are my sisters, and I love you.
Oh, that is so beautiful. And it was very magical. It was very magical. And to see women that have been sharing lives and story and transparency on stage or on Zoom, meet in person, was incredible. You know, for me, I was like, okay, she arrived safe, she arrived safe, she arrived safe, making sure everyone got there. And then what happened from then on was hands off. And I have to say, I agree with you. The moment when we were sitting there was 200 books and all of us were signing, and it took hours. And we were like, we were moving around the table, moving around the table. It was one of the most magical, seamless, almost, I would say, it was gorgeous to be on a red carpet. It was gorgeous to meet everyone we met. But I have to say that was absolutely one of my favorite moments. Thank you so much. And Miss Joanne Callahan, who flew all the way in from Ireland, which was so lovely. What about yourself? What was it for you? What was it like for you? What was your mindset? And what was your takeaway? Other than this woman was actually at the Ask Party. If you don't know that we do an Ask Party, you're all welcome. We've opened it up to women that are not even part of the 262 because it's the end of the year, where you get to come and ask for anything that you want. This is my name. This is where I am. And this is where I ask. And I was laughing. I'm sorry. So Joanne shows up and she's like, okay, I need to ask for help because my calendar is so busy. Like, she flew back from Ireland and everyone in Ireland must have seen her on social media. And this woman couldn't walk in a room without being pulled aside. So her calendar is bursting. And I wasn't laughing. I was so happy on the inside that she needed to come to the Ask Party and about how can I handle this success? Anyways, that was my takeaway for you. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but so how was it like for you, my Irish friend? All right.
Oh my God. Oh, it's so wonderful to be back in the room, even though it's virtual, but like the energy is the same. It's just, oh my God, it's amazing. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, when you asked me, Deb, it was like, oh my God. And it like straight away in my head, you know, that inner dialogue, who am I to go to the Emmys? And only famous people go to the Emmys and all this kind of crack, you know. And but my heart was really aligned to it. And what I got was, it was like a pull in that direction and that it was very possible. And when I started focusing on and actually seeing myself there, you know, and I got really excited about it. And then I started looking at, okay, how can I make this possible? And I started focusing on that. And I just had this faith, like an overwhelming, powerful faith that it was going to be possible. And to make a long story short, everything just lined up. It was like little mini miracles all over the place. And what I learned as well was that I had to ask to put things in place. So I had to ask my husband this, I had to ask my mother this, I had to ask kind of favors, just put things in place. And it all happened. And next of all, I'm on the plane and it's like, wow, that was easy. And then when I arrived and I was sharing the room with Lisa, so like, you know, I got to meet everybody in person and I was just alive the whole time, even though it was like, what was it, 11 hours flight over. And I don't know what the time difference was. And even when I flew back, it was only a few days I was there, but I had no jet lag, like, because I was just so alive and so excited. And, you know, we're always told to be reasonable. You know, you've heard that saying, just be reasonable. But sometimes you have to be unreasonable to make things happen, right? And I think that my biggest takeaway was we are very powerful women, right? And this didn't happen by accident. And I think that we have a role to play in the world to stand up and show up and to be a stand for other women. And even though, Deb, you were saying, you know, it's not easy, but it's in that being uncomfortable is where the aliveness is. And we get to be ourselves. And I really got to be myself. And even amongst all the celebrities and all the rest, I felt like me and I felt so powerful. And when you shine, that's when you attract people. So I'll leave it at that. But I am so glad I said yes.
Oh my goodness. Congratulations, ladies. I am just so proud of you and so happy for you. And it was such a pleasure to be there and observe all as we were having we were all having our own experiences, but all our experiences were lining up together. And of course, Ocean was there, well, you know, representing the book and the cover of the book. And so I got to double dip. I got to, it's like when you open up a, cracker from the Chinese food restaurant and you get 2 fortunes. So I got to be with my son on his table, and we were sending people your way. They're like, why do you have a woman's book on a streetwear? We're like, well, let me tell you. Right. And so, just matching people up to the right people. And we just had a glorious time, and it's beautiful. And we will repeat that performance when we go to the Oscars. But I just want to let everyone know that you are well represented and are always well represented. And your words are important and your stage presence is important. And even if you're at that stage where you're just at the I want to stage, like I'd love to be able to speak one day, we're not going anywhere. We're here when you're ready. So thank you again, ladies. It was so wonderful. And Stephanie, now back to co-host. Let's do some rah-rah. And if you could put your information in the chat, because you all do incredible things. You weren't just representing 262, but you brought yourselves and what you do, and you all do very powerful things. So put your information in the chat. And Stephanie, now back to co-host. I'm going to pass it over to you.
All right. Oh, so good to see my sisters. I miss you all. I miss hugging you. All right. So I just wanted to show you an example of a page in this book. This is my page. It's 2 pages.
Hey.
And it was so exciting to get this, right? It was exciting to write it. It was exciting to receive it delivered to my front door. And it's been exciting to gift it to other people. It's a beautiful book. And we just want to encourage you today that you can still be in this book. And if you're feeling a calling, if you're like, oh, I think I want to be a part of that, we have this next milestone of the Academy Awards. And we'll be back hand gifting this book to over 200 celebrities and media. It makes for a great calling card. If you have clients, you can gift this to them. And so even if you're a little bit worried about what would I write, we can give you some guidance on that. You can be as simple as a quote and a beautiful picture, or you can tell a little bit more about your life story and your business. So if you're feeling the calling, message Deb or put book even in the chat, put the book with your email address. You can get in touch with me, Stephanie Seek Author. I will post my Gmail address, and we would love to help you be in this book because we will be going to a 2nd edition. And currently we have 40 placeholders in this book of historical women, of women who have paved the path for us. And we will be gradually putting your stories in. They are a placeholder for you. So we'd love to have you be part of the book in this next journey of our 2025 launch. Deb, back.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And if you'd like to get the book, we had a big party about that yesterday. Then look at this. We have a matching journal to the book. Woo, thank you, Dorothea. Thank you, Dorothea. But if you'd like to purchase the book or the Kindle, or there's the soft cover, there's all the things. When we launched, we were pretty dedicated. We launched with the hardcover book, and that was it. That was all. And that was important to us. But you can get all copies, and then just let us know. I had some texts last night of women that purchased the book, and then we're going to send you the matching journal because you're going to need this when you're reading this. Honestly, this is the best diary if you want to meet some super cool women. Like if you want to meet some cool women, and then you're going to take notes on that. But that's our gift to you. I see our next sister in the room that's going to be chatting with us today. Terry, how are you this morning? I know you're same time frame as me. We started at 7 a.m. PST. So no complaints from anybody else. How are you?
I am great.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I wanted to bring Terry up and introduce her. She is the international speaker on what is now being called the squeeze. She's an award-winning home renovator. So we're going to get some talk there. Award-winning home renovator and specialist in wellness prioritizing. And her conversation with us today is all about there's more to life than pulp. We like to make people human around here. So they're not just experts in international and global. They do cool things too. And her favorite music right now, and I think, who doesn't know these people, is Heart These Dreams. Such a great song. Such a great song. And the thing that you may not know about Terry is that her favorite milkshake flavor, oh my gosh, all the flavors that are out there, is vanilla. That's awesome. She has a gift for everybody today, and it is a mini call. So look people have been so incredibly generous that, you know what, there's nothing like a connection. There's nothing like a conversation. So she is gifting that to everyone. She will be putting her information in the chat, but one person is going to set, well, you talked about that earlier, Stephanie, about that beautiful planner that we have for everybody. And she's going to gift the whole planner set to one person. the Top Performance Planner, and a beautiful set of eye patches. And Terry, I was wearing them this morning before everybody came on, and they were great. I'm like, make sure I take these off. So let me introduce you to Terry. Please tell us about this life, this pulp, and this squeeze. Take it away, my friend.
Okay, well, thank you for having me on today, Deb. And Deb gave me the opportunity to be in the book as well. So I'm one of the 50 going in. I'm really excited to see that and be part of the Oscars in spirit. I won't be going down, but I'll be in the book, which is super exciting. So I just want to thank all of you guys for being here today and to be committed to this incredible paradigm shift for women. I really think that it's happening fast, and our presence today, being here, speaks volumes of our readiness to transform the challenges and opportunities for growth and resilience. So the squeeze is something that came about. I was writing a book a couple of years ago, and it evolved into this demographic. We are being squeezed around the world. We are faced with the greatest challenge that has ever happened. It's never happened in humanity, and that is we have 7 living generations of people. And those 7 generations are going from the greatest generation, silent generation, baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, Gen Z, and Alpha. I have all 7 generations in my family. And I am at the end of the baby boomers, beginning of Gen X, right in the middle. And countries around the world are scrambling. We're not ready for this. And so examples of what the squeeze is, or maybe you can identify with this. I have a 7-year-old grandchild that lives with me, and my daughter, millennial, her boyfriend, a millennial. I have my husband, baby boomer. His mom is silent generation. My parents are silent generation. They're in their 80s. And I have a grandparent who is greatest. And they need to be taken to doctor's appointments. A couple of them have lost their home just can't afford the taxes anymore and all that. Got them in a home. I have one that wants to live with us. Sort of dealing with that right now. And we both, my husband and I, retired. And financially, emotionally, the kids aren't making it out there. We're having to, I buy extra groceries, deliver groceries to them. And I think if you look at places like all around the world, but especially new to us here in Kamloops, Vancouver, all along the West Coast, homelessness is becoming a rampant problem. And it's going to get worse and worse as people cannot afford housing. And this is all causing a lot of stress for us, especially as women, because women tend to take on that role of taking care of everything. And back to what I wrote her name down. Dr. Melissa was just on talking about heart disease, and she's right. There's 1 in 3 women will have a heart attack or stroke, and 1 in 5 will die. So it's a silent killer, and but the good news is we're here, so we're going to make a change. I'm going to go into a little bit about my story. I grew up in the health food industry. We had 2 health food stores. We had one in Edmonton, Alberta, and we had one down in Osoyoos, BC, Canada. And I grew up in Carameas. It's a beautiful valley, Smokemead Valley, with fields of fruits and vegetables and orchards. And that's how I grew up. We ate what we grew. And as I got a little bit older, in my 50s, I was running and racing my bike, and I marathon and for my 50th birthday over in Honolulu. So I felt unstoppable. I felt really strong at 50. I was at probably the healthiest I'd ever been in my life. And on the very day that my first grandson was born, I was diagnosed with a brain tumor. And that hit me like a rock. And it was a shock, but there was no time to process it. We were in the middle of a huge renovation with my husband. And if you've ever done a renovation with a spouse, that is the ultimate stress. And in working full time, adult children at home, and now my daughter with this as a single parent now with a baby. And I thought I was holding it all together, and I was withstanding the weight of it all. Thought, okay, I'm doing okay. You don't realize it though. A few years later, I was in Sedona, Arizona, and hiking there, and I crunched my ankle. I had to hike out of there. I didn't go to the hospital in the US because I didn't want to lose my house just by going to the doctor there over an ankle. So I waited till I got back to Canada, went straight to the hospital, went into emerge, and they take your vitals and whatnot when you're in emergency. And the girl looked at me and she said, "You're here for your ankle, but darling, you have got a way bigger problem." My heart was about to explode. My blood pressure was through the roof. And she said, "You got to go get this checked now." So for a person that's never had medications before, and I had my blood work, and yes, high cholesterol, and it's a sign, they call it the silent killer. You don't really realize what you have, but going through menopause is probably the #1 thing to watch for, because after menopause, it tends to be like that, especially if it's hereditary. I don't know if it's hereditary or if it was lifestyle or stress. I'm thinking a little bit of everything. And so it was my wake-up call, and I really, really stressed just to get to know your numbers, go to the doctor, know your numbers. How you deal with how you want to address it. You want to take medication. Some people don't want to go the pharmaceutical way. Other people want to deal with it in a more natural way. But I wanted to try and treat holistically with a little bit of everything. And that's exactly what Dr. Melissa was saying, you know. I chose to take pills, get a handle on it, kept checking my numbers. And then, because I also had the brain tumor to look at too, and I was getting regular MRIs, which that has stabilized. I take a certain formula for that as well, that took me into a whole line of what can I say? It's a holistic, natural skincare wellness line, and they had a brain formula that I use, and it's helped me with that. So got all those under control, but I, in the midst of it, created a system, a 7-pillar system of how we can take care of ourselves, practicing daily, small steps to take care of ourselves and make us #1 in the morning and at night and then throughout the day. And the 7-pillar system is kind of based on the chakras. So there's just 7 chakras. And I wrote a book about it. I'm just in the middle of getting that published. And these pillars are remind me and remind my clients that the squeeze doesn't have to divide us. We can take that pressure and create something better for the world, for ourselves. I ended up leaving my job and working on this full time because it made me realize that time is not something that we have forever. Time is the most precious thing we have is time, and I didn't want to waste it anymore. And I thought, you know, my calling, I wanted to go back to where I grew up in the farm, naturally, holistically. I wanted to share my knowledge, my legacy. So to you as a whole today, I have an incredible gift for you, and that's to have the free consultation and see where you are at and how I can maybe help you with the system. And it's just doing simple steps practiced every day. And I think we get out of just the habit of it all. And we all know to drink water, but do we drink it? We all know to eat right, but do we eat right? And then so you don't have to carry the weight of the world alone. I am reading this off my notes right now. Just can't get this memorized. Taking care of yourself is not only a gift to you, but to everyone around you. By nurturing you, you're building the strength to make a greater impact, to show up fully, to share your unique gifts to the world. Let's all show up, stand up, and speak up, and protect our hearts.
Thank you so much. That was so beautiful. Thank you, Terry. I think it's just such a great reminder. And I know that when we share from experiences that we've had, like that transparency, it just gives room for other women to do the same thing. Right? It just gives, our stories matter, how they affect us matter. And I was blown away, and it's going to be my question, or unless Stephanie, you came up with one, just how many generations that we are actually working within our lives. It was interesting. I took a family picture, and there was 4 of us, 4 generations, and it was like, well, this is cool. But when you think about the capacity and that it goes much further, Stephanie, I'd love to pass it over to you.
Yes, Terry, thank you for just the beautiful reminder to take care of ourselves. And I love it that your coaching centers around the chakras. I think, there's more and more enlightenment around that. So that's so important. And Deb did steal my question.
No, I didn't say the number. So you can still say it.
Yeah, but I think what I'll do is, Terry mentioned all the different generations. So you're right. You didn't say the number. So I'll go ahead and we'll use that one. So how many generations did Terry say that we are, that are on the planet that we are encountering? And type that number into the chat with your email address. Please do not forget to include your email address, because someone will win this private coaching or the planners from Terry. And we want to be sure that everyone has the opportunity to win that. So even if you see your answer coming up 3rd, 4th, 5th, it's okay, because you can only win 1 grand prize per speaker. So, all right. Terry, thank you so much.
Yay, let's do some love, some Zoom love, some hearts, some rocket ships, some sparkles, what have you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing from the heart. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. And thank you for offering to have a chat with anyone that feels like they need to reach out. And I think I was talking about that earlier, how me and Dr. Melissa just met each other in a forum like this. And we're like, do you want to talk? And so we chatted, and we just met, and we're like, do you want to talk in 2 weeks? And we've been talking for, I think, 1.5 years. And we're like, hey, and it just started with just wanting to have a conversation. We didn't even really have an agenda to the conversation. And that's kind of refreshing too. Isn't it nice not to have, just to have that conversation? And I wanted to kind of do a shout out. I know when I'll be sharing some information later, and we're going to be talking about our group podcasts. So there is a group podcast for people that are in health and wellness. There's a group podcast for people that are coaches. There's a group podcast for all sorts of different sectors that we have for. Now, you don't have to be a 262 woman. If you feel like you want to join a group of people that are doing the same thing in the world, that are helping people, that happens to be health and wellness, then Carmel, our podcast goddess for 262, organizes these group podcasts that you can participate in. And they're by donation, which is very, very cool. So that your words will be seen and your message will be heard. So there you go. All right. Now, I know that I saw Adele coming into the room. So is Adele here with us today? She here, I saw her just pop in, but I don't see her on the screen. Oh, there you are. Hello, hello. Your lighting is a little dark. Oh yeah, there you go, rushing in. I love it. Woman on purpose.
Sorry. Hi, good morning.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, ladies and those who support ladies, I'd like to introduce you to Adele. Adele is going to be our opening feature speaker. As we know, March 8th is just around the corner. Isn't everything just around the corner? I was like, just around the corner, just around the corner. But we're already planning our March 7th and 8th because, of course, this whole event stems around solidarity, sisterhood, and that International Women's Day is an essence and it's a movement. It's not one day that you wake up and then go to bed and do a couple of, hey, sister, have a good day kind of thing. It really is feeling camaraderie and sisterhood. And so we're super happy. And I wanted to introduce you to Adele, who's going to be our open featured speaker for March 7th to kick it off. She is an incredible film director. She's doing some amazing things with film. I'm going to let her talk a little bit about that, what it's like being a woman working in film, and maybe share with us the film that's just changing your life right now. And we can see half of you and half of your kitty cats. If you did, there
Sorry,
you
my
go.
cat,
Perfect.
he's trying
And
to
she'll
get
be
on
talking
camera.
more on March 7th, but I just asked if she had a few moments today to share with us and entice us for March 7th, where she'll be sharing more. But Adele, please share with us a little bit of what you're doing and about this incredible movie you've produced that's hitting quite acclaim, people.
Yeah, so my name is Adele. I'm a filmmaker, producer. I do a lot of documentaries, well, mostly focused on the intergenerational trauma and effects of war. The latest film that I just did was about women that fought during the liberation of Sudan. So this is an all-female fighting force that was established during the Second Civil War. And so my mom was one of 84 or 86 women that were part of that first battalion. And so over the course of the last, like, I guess 5 years, I've tracked down a few of these women, interviewed them, and put together a documentary for the Canadian side. And so it's the first film about the civil war in Sudan from the perspective of women. Okay, sir, please. For the
That's
position.
okay. We like cats here.
He's just hungry. And so anyway, so yeah, and so this documentary now, we just finished it. It was premiered on Omni. So we were collaborating with Rogers Omni, and so it premiered, and now it's being distributed internationally from TVF, which is a London-based company. I guess part of what I'm doing with the documentary, or part of the story, is to help these women get recognition for the role that they played in the liberation. I'm not exactly sure if you guys are aware, but Sudan, well, now South Sudan, is the newest country to join the UN. They had their referendum in 2011, where they gained their independence. And so as the newest country, a lot of people don't understand the history behind, like, how it emerged. And so this is the first documentary that just talks about it from the women that were on the ground. So each episode kind of like looks at different things. So episode 1 looks about like displacement. Episode 2 is about the walk when they went to the camps, and then we have another episode about training in combat, and then we do womanhood in war, and then the last episode is catharsis. So all in all, it's just moving through these experiences of these women, and the end of the story is I guess the emergence of South Sudan as a nation. And so a lot of the work that I've been doing is, at least over the course of the last 5 years, is kind of telling this story. First, from my own perspective as somebody who is a child of someone from that movement, and then now as an adult, having the conversation about the importance of women's stories. So I've been on like BBC, CBC, and I've done I'm mostly in an international platform, since these issues mostly focus on international relation issues. And so starting next year, I'm going to be looking at different ways to sort of showcase and have conversations about this story. We have an exhibit. I'm going to be doing some exhibits in LA and potentially New York City, just having this dialogue and continuing forward. So it's going to be in a little while, but I guess it's first 5 years down, another 5 to go. So that's me. Thanks.
Well, hands, jazz hands, big hearts. You can see the comments in the chat. We're obviously looking forward to be able to spend more time with you on March 7th and dig in a little deeper. But we have you for a few moments here, and I think there's lots of reasons why one person would decide to do what you were doing. There could be many different reasons, and you did share about some of that, what you want people to hear, but if we can give you a couple of minutes of airspace, what is it like for you personally? You know, a lot of people have causes, we call it the stretch to significance, right? Like the truth behind what it takes to really put something like this together. For those of us that are out there putting things together, where do you find your strength? Where do you pull in your resources?
I guess I can say it's my mother. It's her story, right? And so like it's like the matriarchs of my country and technically my own like matriarchal lineage in a lot of ways. And so it motivates me because it's me, and it's like the story of the women and the suffering that they had to go through in order for me to have an opportunity to have the like I don't know, to have a life or to be free. I mean, I'm an artist full time, and I'm free to travel the world, and I didn't get into an arranged marriage or like, you know, I have got a chance to come to the Western world and have an opportunity to just like be free as a woman, and not have to, I don't know, be under the South Sudanese patriarchy in a lot of ways. So I've got a lot of freedom to speak. And my aunt told this to me, but you know, we don't have a voice in South Sudan. We women don't have a voice. And they're not visible either, because like part of the reason why a lot of people didn't understand the story of them is because they kind of faded into the background. A lot of them became mothers, and they became, you know, and they became like bearing children and things like that. So if people often overlook these women because they just look like they just kind of blend back in, and the kids kind of make them disappear, right? Um, and so, and also a lot of the times people are not understanding the context of war, or how like the intergenerational trauma affects each of us, and how also displacement also kind of has a like disturbs our ability to have a sense of identity. And so I think what motivates me is that like it helps me, like as I've gotten to understand myself and understand my roots and understand where I come from, it's also allowed me to show up more confidently in the world, and to show up more confidently, and to tell people, yes, I think a woman, I am South Sudanese, and I'm not going to apologize for being different, but I have a story, and I have you know, a culture and a lineage, and it makes me proud to be who I am. And so I want the world to know who we are, because we are actually like the newest country in the world. So there's a lot of history that's not given. So I guess it's more of like a proclamation, of like my identity, to say like I come from a powerful people, you know. And so if I carry those people with me in every room that I walk in, like in any kind of way. And so it allows me to know that like if my mom can fight a civil war and be part of an independence movement, I can cause mayhem, which I do, as doing advocacy, doing like, you know, nonprofit, or just causing a mayhem everywhere that I kind of go, because it's like I believe in justice. I believe in that, like I get to actualize things, you know. And so I think that that's kind of, yeah. Yeah, I guess.
That was a good chat. Thank you, Amy. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah, so yeah, I think that that's sort of in a nutshell sort of what the aim is sort of just like proclaiming my identity, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look, we're looking forward. Please, everybody, come back and share with all of your sisters and those that support sisters on March 7th. She's going to be coming back and kicking us off with lots more information. In the meanwhile, my friend, and I'm so fortunate, she literally lives like, what are you, like a 15-minute walk from my house? I mean,
Yes.
isn't it interesting? Who's your neighbor? Like, do you know who your neighbor is? And we were talking, and Darren's like, hey, Deb, I got this super cool chick I think you should talk to. And I'm like, where's she from? She's like, Vancouver. I was like, okay, done. You know what I mean? I didn't bug you yet. But who's our neighbors? Who's doing incredible things that are right next door to you? Who, when you go into the grocery store and go, oh, here, you know, I'll open the door for you. Like people do incredible things all over the world. And for me, it just brings such aspiration and hope, right? That overcoming is still a part of what we're doing. And this is what I really believe about solidarity. And this is what I believe about creating platform, is the creating open space. So my friend, if you could put your information in the chat once you kind of put your groceries away, put your phone down, no worries, in ways that we can support. I mean, we're going to be supporting in March, but there must be things that we can do beforehand. And if where it's being seen, where your show is being seen, in any way that we can support you, if you can just put that in the chat, because I'm sure that is going to be happening for you today. So thank you for popping in. Thanks for saying hello before we get into the real story in March, and congratulations on everything that's going on for you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, let's do some love, some love. Stephanie, over to you for a few minutes before we introduce a couple of other incredible women, which is just a day of incredibleness here. And it is the Summit of Inspiration. Are you feeling inspired? I'm like super inspired.
I am feeling so inspired. And in fact, if you're on camera or off camera, go to, on the bottom of the Zoom, you'll see there's a react button with a heart. I would love for you to click on that and pick the emoji of how you're feeling right now. And let's light up the screen with the feelings, because, we're on day 2 of this summit, and Adele's story, so powerful. I'm seeing the reactions in the chat, and just the diverse community of thought and women that we have here, and the energy of everyone really leaning in. You can see it, you can feel it. So thank you for being active listeners. Thank you for supporting our speakers. And I see you all like writing, and I know I'm writing down my key takeaways, because I want the energy from the summit to last. I need it to fuel me, right, over the next month and into 2025. So if you are feeling called, even if you're off camera, maybe you're busy right now, or you're multitasking, or you're someone who might be on the more introverted side, I think what this summit shows is that so many women of different personalities can be featured speakers. You don't have to be Oprah and speak like Oprah to be successful in our community. We want to hear your message. Every single speaker we have had has something of value to give. So if you're feeling that calling, get in touch with me, get in touch with Deb, get in touch with Kathleen Carlson, and we will help you figure out the right time to speak. But I will say March 7th and 8th is a great time. It's coming up, International Women's Day. That will be an incredible platform with a very large audience for you to be able to share a message. So just, if it's stirring in your heart, let us know. Deb, I'll turn it back over to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Well, I'm not going to lose my voice. I'm determined to keep it here for the next couple of hours. I would love to introduce you to some real sisters. I mean, we're all sisters. We've been talking sisters. We've been talking sisterhood. And these two sisters have created a sisterhood. So we have recently been put together by one of our favorite cheerleaders, and that is Katie Chin, who's in the book, who you've heard many times talk and share. And oh my gosh, what a powerhouse that woman is. And when I say she does a one-woman show, everyone's like, yeah, she does. She does a one-woman show when she comes to speak, even when she's not doing her show. But she put us together, and I'm so grateful. I'd like to introduce you to Nancy and Amy Harrington, and they are the co-founders of the Passionistas Project. And it's an inclusive sisterhood, and they will talk about that. Now, Amy worked at Warner Brothers on projects like The Matrix and Harry Potter. Together, they have produced and conducted over 1,700 interviews with incredible icons like Jane Goodall and Mick Jagger. That's interesting. Hey, that'd be a good interview to have them all to have them in the same room. It's like, hey, they're kind of like the same age. You know what I mean, right? Oh my gosh, that's so funny. So let me tell you a little bit about them, right? So the thing that no one knows about Amy, maybe you want to put your hand up just so we know who's who. So this is Amy, and okay, and there's Nancy. All right. So Amy is the one that doesn't know how to ride a bike. So there you go. Something you didn't know about Amy. And the music she's listening to. Now I had to write this out because it was important. It's Francis Albert Sinatra. And I believe on the album, it's Antonio Carlos and Joe Bim. I hope I have that correct. Okay, that's what she's listening to. That's what she loves to listen to. And that's what she wants you to know. So add that to your playlist. Now, Nancy, on the other hand, she is a crazy pug lady. You know those people? They're there, and she's one of them. And this is easier. It's David Bowie with Ziggy Stardust. Woohoo for David. All right. They are going to be giving to everybody. Everybody is going to get a gorgeous free sisterhood membership prize. right? And so I believe they're going to be putting that in the chat. So sisterhoods joining sisterhoods, super cool, super groovy. And they're going to be giving away a storyteller workshop valued at $2,000 for one lucky woman today. All right, so I'm going to pass it over to them because they're going to talk about what you do when your passion dies. What? Take the stage, my friends.
Thank you, Deb, and thank you everybody for having us here. We're so excited to be here. We're grateful to Katie for introducing us to Deb, who, as you all probably experienced, has become one of our favorite people very quickly. So thanks for letting us talk today. As Deb said, we are sisters, Amy and Nancy Harrington, and we are the founders of the Passionistas Project, which is an inclusive sisterhood of women supporting women in the areas of business development, personal growth, and social impact. But that's not where our story starts. In the beginning of our careers, as Deb mentioned, we were living the Hollywood dream. We were attending movie premieres with some of the biggest stars in entertainment and working on some of the most high-profile movies and film campaigns in history, rubbing elbows with A-listers and building careers that most people can only imagine. I worked in the studio system to become vice president of post-production and visual effects on over 250 feature films for Warner Brothers. And I worked on the Matrix franchise and the Harry Potter franchise. Nancy had founded her own graphic design firm and a successful theater company back in Boston before joining me in Hollywood and working on Academy Award ad campaigns for Miramax. And a lot of what you hear about Hollywood is true, as in all big businesses. It's very competitive, as Catherine had said earlier during the Emmy panel, and very male dominated. And although we found success and quickly moved up through the ranks, looking back on it now, we definitely see areas where we were held back because we were women. So for my part, I was often the only woman in high level meetings, and I was also very young. I started as a VP when I was 27, so I was out-aged and outmanned most of the time. And I tried to fit in the boys' club by just making sure no one thought of me as a girl and that I was just one of the guys. And that was my goal every day, was to just kind of blend in.
For my part, I was on a fast track for a high-powered career in a top-level advertising agency after overseeing a student-run agency in college and getting a scholarship from the Ad Club of Boston. But I never quite felt comfortable going that route. I think the one thing I learned about advertising, studying advertising in college, is that I didn't want to get into advertising. So for the majority of my early career, I worked as a freelance designer, selecting very carefully the clients that I chose to work with, aligning myself with close family and friends, and mostly women. I managed to avoid the boys' club altogether. That is until I moved to California and got a job working at an ad agency helping Miramax win Oscars. I got a very healthy dose of the boys' club and quickly wanted out. So Amy and I were both honing our creative skills at the highest levels. We were following our passion for pop culture, but the universe was giving us not so gentle reminders that we had forgotten one of the most important things we learned growing up together as kids, and that is to find your people and prioritize those relationships. As a result, that passion, that very thing that had fueled us for so long, had died. The thrill we felt walking onto a movie set, the rush of working on a blockbuster ad campaign and seeing a billboard that we designed on the Sunset Strip, all of it began to fade, and we were left with a big question. What do you do when the career you've built, the life you've dreamed of, no longer excites you? We didn't know the answer to that question, but we never expected to end up where we are today.
So before we get there, we wanted to take a little bit of a step back and talk about our sisterhood and where we first learned how to follow our passions. So we've been inseparable since the day I was born. The family folklore is that Nancy asked my mother to have me when she was heading off to kindergarten, and she didn't want my mother to be alone. And so we've always been best friends. And we learned from a young age that there's power in following your passions. That was ingrained in us by our family of artists, musicians, socially conscious dreamers in this small town of Braintree, Massachusetts. And in our house, it would have been considered unusual not to pursue our dreams. Our mother and father met in art school. Our dad had his own advertising agency. But he always wanted to be a cartoonist, and that was an unfulfilled dream of his. And our mother had studied to be an art teacher, and she gave up that career to become a mom and to raise 5 kids. But if she had been born in a different time, she would have been the female Indiana Jones and traveled the world on archaeological adventures. So, but instead they decided to build this ideal middle-class 70s home for us. We were very lucky. We were surrounded by creativity, TV, art, books, music, games, cooking, theater, dancing. Our siblings were our playmates and our best friends, and they still are to this day. And we had this amazing built-in support system. So it was a childhood surrounded by creativity, and that led us to careers in the entertainment industry. And for years, we reveled in our pop culture dreams coming true until we didn't.
Yeah. And people thought we were crazy when we left those careers behind. A lot of friends just did not understand. And to the average outsider, we must have seemed insane walking away from jobs that people would die to have. It was really, really hard not to wonder if we were making the right decision. But we realized that when your career passion dies, it's not a failure. It's an indicator that it's not an indicator that you did something wrong or that you didn't work hard enough. It's actually a natural evolution, something that happens to many of us as we grow and change. We all start out believing that our passion's going to last forever, that we think we love what we're doing now and we're going to love it for the rest of our lives. But the truth is we grow, our interests and priorities shift. What excited us 10 years ago might not excite us today. And you know what? That's okay. For us, we poured our heart and soul into the entertainment industry, but after years of working on high-stake campaigns and being on the go, the spark started to fade, and it was very disorienting at first. We made a lot of twists and turns in our career paths, and our identity was so tied to the work. Amy was a Hollywood film exec and everybody knew it. I was an artist and that was my identity. But the reality is passion, like every other feeling, evolves. When that shift happens, it's not the end, it's an opportunity to reflect, pivot, and move towards something that aligns with where you are now. We were lucky that we were able to embark on that journey of self-exploration together.
So what do you do when that spark fades? The first step is to acknowledge it. Don't try to force yourself to rekindle something that's no longer there. You know, it's really natural to want to hold on to what you loved, but you have to be honest with yourself. You know, when we felt our passion for the entertainment industry dying, we didn't try to ignore it. We allowed ourselves to accept that something had changed. And once you've acknowledged it, you know, give yourself the space to reflect. What are you drawn to now? What parts of the work still excite you? And what feels like a burden? You know, for us, we started to feel that disconnect. We just reflected deeply on what we still loved. And what we still loved was pop culture and each other. You know, we weren't sure where the road was going to take us, but we knew we wanted to travel it together. And after working for years with people we frankly couldn't trust, we knew that no matter what, we would always have each other's backs. So after taking on some very odd freelance jobs, we wound up creating content for a retro website, and we were writing articles and producing web series about the movies and TV shows and music and pop culture that we talked about at the beginning that we were totally engrossed with in our childhoods. And it was the perfect next step in our journey. But when that job ended, when that door closed, we knew we needed to open a new window for ourselves and not let fate decide. We had done enough of that for a few years. So we actually started to reach out to people we had met along the way and use our contacts to forge a new path. And where we ended up was shocking to us. We landed in the world of celebrity interviews. And we since then have done sit downs with Julia Louis-Dreyfus and Laverne and Shirley. We've talked to Cicely Tyson and Laverne Cox on red carpets and produced interviews with Ann Wilson and Mick Jagger. And for two introverts, we had a major revelation. We actually loved talking to people. But it wasn't just the glitz and glamour of talking to Hollywood stars. It was really about helping them tell their stories. And that reflection led us to this next chapter of our careers. And we loved interviewing, but how could we use those skills to have more impact? That became our focus. And how could we connect with people who are making a difference in their lives and the lives of others? So we allowed ourselves time to process and to explore and to discover what would come next.
So this process also led us to think about the definition of success. What does success really mean? Is success celebrity? Is it a paycheck? Is it a title? Is it just about following your passion? To us, success is about creating a meaningful life that aligns with who you are right now. For years, we've been told to follow our passion as the key to success, and we still believe that. And it worked for us for a very long time, but it wasn't sustainable when our passions changed. The pressure to constantly feel excited about our work started to feel heavy, and it made us question if we were doing something wrong. But here's the thing. Success is not a fixed destination. It's about having a single passion that you follow. It's not about having a single passion that you follow for the rest of your life. It's about evolving, adapting, finding meaning in the changes that come your way. When we redefined what success meant to us, we found our sense of purpose. And our purpose is helping other women discover their voices, connect with their communities, and embrace their own evolution. Along the journey to find our new passions, something totally amazing happened. We became focused on celebrating women who are following their passions. We were inspired by their stories, their drive, and their desire to make an impact. What fueled us at the beginning of the Passionistas project became, over time, we became to realize that our passion wasn't just about highlighting these incredible women. It was about creating a supportive community for them. It was about lifting each other up and building connections, not just for us, but for all women who are seeking more in their lives. This shift was a direct response to our own journey. When our initial passion for the entertainment industry died, it created a space for something new. We didn't know it at the time, but the fading of that old passion gave birth to a new, even more fulfilling chapter for us. The Passionistas project has become more than just a platform. It's become a movement focused on equity, empowerment, and community. When your passion dies, it doesn't mean you're done. It means you're ready to evolve.
So when you're going through that period where your passion is dying, it's really crucial to surround yourself with the people who support your growth. When we decided to transition out of the entertainment industry, it was our community that made all the difference. We were able to connect with like-minded women who understood what we were going through. And that support helped us build something new, something that aligned with our evolving values. We've since focused on creating the Passionistas project as an inclusive space where women can support each other through these kinds of transitions. So whether you're figuring out what's next or embracing a new chapter of your career, having a community of people who understand the ebbs and flows of passion is invaluable.
So what's on the other side of a dying passion? New possibility. When one passion dies, it opens the door for something else. It's an opportunity to explore new interests and discover what drives you in your current phase of life. for us, moving forward meant embracing the Passionistas project. And it hasn't always been easy. There have been a lot of moments of uncertainty, but in the end, that shift led to a deeper sense of fulfillment and purpose than we ever possibly could have imagined. So if you're at a point where your passion has faded, trust that something new is waiting for you. Allow yourself to explore, to take risks, to embrace the unknown. It's that space between passions that you'll find your next great adventure.
And if you personally are in that space where your passion is faded, know that you're not alone. Give yourself permission to explore and embrace change, and trust that on the other side of this transformation, there's something incredible waiting for you. And remember that there's always a place in the Passionistas Project Sisterhood for you to come, find the support you need to make your wildest dreams come true. So thank you for being here today, for being part of a community that celebrates not just passion, but incredible opportunities that come when we allow ourselves to evolve. And thank you for listening to us and welcoming us today. We really appreciate it.
Oh my goodness. Love, love, love. We're going to hit those reactions that Stephanie was talking about. If I could put any word to today, talk about, when we pick the themes to these summits, in business meetings quarterly, you know what I mean? And this one was the Women of Inspiration. And if I could tag something onto that, it's like the Women of Inspiration and Transparency. There has been so much letting the curtain down. It's like we're behind the curtain of people's lives today, listening to them share from their heart on and being transparent so that the relatability, I remember, thank you so much for sharing. I remember when I was making a very big transition from the music industry into holistic health. And this was before cell phones and Starbucks. So let's just get real. And people were like, what are you doing? And I was literally, I don't know. All I know is that this doesn't feel right anymore. And it was painful. It was painful. There wasn't even a women's networking group at that time. I know, because I had to start one Sunday at 2 in my house. So chicks could get together. But it can be a solo journey when you come up to that. And also it can be a quiet journey, right? You're like, what's wrong with me? Why aren't I enjoying this anymore? And even though we know that we all don't have to have one career, there's still that hope inside that it's like there's one career, right? And this love's going to last forever. And it took me a long time to maneuver. Well, music is always a big part of my life and still is today, but I didn't see then that the love of something could actually transform into being in my life in a different way, just not all the way. Mm-hmm. So I really appreciate your transparency, particularly because you're right. I imagine a lot of people were like, that is my dream job. What are you doing? Right. And sometimes people don't see behind the curtain. They don't see behind the curtain of our lives. They don't see what we go through, which is why I just said, who's your neighbor? Like, we don't know, right? Maybe that neighbor needs a meal today. Maybe you need to take that neighbor out and go find out, she's producing some pretty cool movies. Who knows? But I think your transparency has just been the greatest gift. I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to pass it over to Stephanie and to get her thoughts. While I'm thinking up, did you do a question? Do you have a question in mind? Good. I'm so glad. So someone's going to win an incredible prize, and I'll look at, there's a free membership to this sisterhood. So please put that information in the chat, and then someone's going to win something pretty cool. So Stephanie, I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, I'll echo the comments. We have had so many comments in the chat, Amy and Nancy, while you were speaking, and just the transparency, like Deb said, and also the theme of you can always change your mind, right? Doesn't matter your age. Age is not a limitation. We have to stop thinking so much about what other people think of us, and we have to follow our true north. So thank you for reminding us of that. So inspiring. And that leads me to my question for their generous giveaway of I believe it's how to tell your story, right? Telling your story and how to form that. What a valuable gift. So earlier on in their talk, Amy shared a sweet story about her sister, Nancy, who was heading off to school and said, Mom, I need you to have a baby so you won't be alone. I think that's so sweet. And so somewhere in your soul, Nancy, you must have known that you're going to have a soulmate and you were going to create this amazing thing together. I want to know, so pop into the chat, what grade was Nancy going into when she asked her mom to have another baby? And make sure you add your email address so we know who to award the prize to. Thank you both so much. So inspiring.
For having
Thank you so much for having us.
Let's do some love. Let's do some love. Let's do some love. And you'll be able to read their story because their story is going to be in this book. And they are also doing a book. And it's on my list. I was like, okay, what's my date? And I believe in that. I just love words on paper, you know, and the cool thing about being in multiple books is that you get to share many aspects of yourself. I was talking to a woman who's coming into the book and she's like, what part of me do I write about? I'm like, that's exactly it. You know, that's exactly it. We're not just one person. I go, just pick one, just pick one. Who do you want to be today? Who do you want to share about today? You know what? We have a few moments and I'm going to just impromptu with someone who I just, you know, this is our last summit of this year. It's not our last summit by any chance. There's, you know, 220 women speaking every year. And I just like to bring up a woman who's just been a 262 sister from the get-go. Amy and Nancy, I think you'll really appreciate this when you mentioned Mick. I know that there's someone here that did some singing with that guy. Kathy Bushnell, do you want to take yourself off mute, my sister?
Hi.
Hey, hello. I was just looking at your book yesterday and talk about music and talk about icon. Kathy was the first rock and roll woman duo to ever hit the UK British invasion. Kathy, we've got a few moments, and even if we didn't, we're going to make some. Can you share with us a little bit about your break-in? And I know that we have, well, I actually moved your book to my couch because it's an incredible book that I know that you're hoping turns into a documentary one day. Do you want to tell us a little about you and Muffinam and, oh my gosh, some of the bands that you opened up for? And I love her story of how the roadies wouldn't let them into the club because they didn't think that these women were going to be singing on stage with them. Just share a few moments of yourself.
Sure. You know, what I find is it's interesting. My story's a little different from Amy and Nancy's in that my parents were very against me doing anything in music, in the rock scene. And so it was just, and luckily, the other young woman, we're both American young women that went to Britain, and we happened to meet one summer, the summer of love, and we happened to meet a bunch of musicians who became lifelong friends. And so I just want to share this too. We were on the plane going back after the summer, and my friend Janet turned to me because we both didn't want to leave. We had fallen in love with London. And she turned to me and she said, let's go back to London. And I said, what, next summer? And she said, no, let's live there. And I said, well, what do you have in mind? And she said, well, February 3rd of, this coming year. And that's the exact day we went back to London and lived there for just 2 weeks under 5 years and lived our dreams. We got a lot of synchronicities happened, but we worked very hard too. And so we opened concerts for a band called Family and Quintessence. And Family wasn't known in America, but they were huge in Britain. Every single theater was, concert hall was sold out. And so that's what we were thrown into. But luckily I had gone to the high school of performing arts in New York. So I had performing experience, and I've been secretly writing songs since I saw the Beatles, and the Stones on Ed Sullivan. So, and my friend Janet had been doing sort of the same thing, not in terms of high school, and so we were able to write our own songs. We never actually played a cover ever. So we played 2 electric guitar, Fender Telecasters, and a 12-string Rickenbacker, like Jim McGuinn at that time of the Byrds. And I play a mean blues harp, and I still do. And so I wanted years later Janet ended up getting married, which is why our duo disbanded in 72. And I was very, very sad. And we were booked for a very long world, tour again in Britain. And so, anyway, that's I don't want to go into it too much. And I would love to send you a copy each if of the book. If it's pretty fast reading, but it was still a hard road, as John Mayall would say. And so it's still my passion. But I did this memoir to inspire young women, especially, to live their dreams. But I had a book signing about a year and a half ago, and people ages 18 to 92 showed up. So it's really inspiring individuals from all walks of life to live their dreams or to continue to evolve, as you were saying. So it's an honor to meet you both. It really is.
I'm so glad that you're here today, Kathy. And her book is incredible. Please put your link in the chat. And you got to lay it down, right? You got to lay it down. You got to just give thanks backwards so you can move forwards. That's just the way it is. That's why we have Women of History. Kathy's in the book, absolutely. And she is a blast to spend time with. But, we're all laying track here. We're all laying track for women that don't know they need us yet. Till they watch this over and over again, or they read our books, or they hear about us and they have conversations. So thank you for what you did so we can do what we do. And with that, I see, Deborah, you're here. We're talking about creativity today. And if we, we're going to take these leaps of moments that we have. So I had the opportunity to meet Deborah, Deborah Lee Moreau. And it's funny because I was supposed to be Deborah Lee, but my mom's sister had her baby before my mom and completely ticked off my mom and named her daughter Donna Lee. So I always was supposed to be Deborah Lee, but I'm Deborah Lorraine instead. So I'll take it, but so you help women tap into their creativity, and we are on this creative role, right? And I wanted to ask you, so if you don't know Deborah, she does these incredible installations at big events where she gets them to do the funkiest thing creatively. And so she goes to an event and people are like learning accounting, and she does this whole creative thing or whatever it is, retreats. Can you share with us, you get to see it every day, what happens when we kind of drop the armor and tap into creativity? And tell us what you do so it gives it perspective. But I thought we're on a creative role here.
And I love that Nancy and her sister said, we're artists, because I, like them, I grew up with five girls, four sisters, and singing and dancing, and we all got into that art. So that was super happy. So I'm known as the Queen of Breakthrough because as someone who knows about creativity, I help bring the inner genius out of you, right? So over the past 20 years, I help thousands of women unlock their hidden talents and their true purpose. That creativity is about you finding your true purpose. So what I'm up to now is I offer individual sessions to guide more people through their brilliance, through creative expression. So what happens? What happens when I get people fluid, specifically movement in paint, is a little different than colored pencil, although I do a lot in colored pencil. This left side of your brain is a chance to shut up. It's our left side. It's always beating us up. So we need to tell it to be quiet, right? So opening up that right side allows, I call it the God side, the G side, or the R side for right side. And it allows you come out. And while I'm teaching a class, people have breakthroughs because it unlocks these memories, because all of a sudden you're relaxed. And I'm asking what do you need more of? I'm just asking introspective questions. And it's mostly a very quiet atmosphere until people get to actually add color. I start with a Japanese calligraphy pen brush, and then it just materializes. And I facilitate, God heals, right? So I show up and I get people going. I'm the cheerleader, I'm the encourager, and they just it's a safe space, so it allows them to have a breakthrough. Like I have people breaking through in one session of a 2-hour art class. Like, not good for business, but good for the soul. So yeah, the creativity is so, so important. I love, Deb, what you guys are doing here, giving people a voice. And so I've moved into, now I am a keynote speaker and I speak about you were born for greatness and a purpose. So I'm speaking, painting you were born for greatness and a purpose, while I bring people through the process on a little piece of paper at their desk, like at their seat. Listen to me, I'm a teacher, at your desk. So they're mimicking me. It's not an art class. It's graphic recording or visual note taking. So I put something in the middle and I help them just go all over the paper, turn it upside down, put an image to, like we just did Vision is Victory. Why do you have to have a vision? It's your anchor. So I draw an anchor and everybody draws an anchor. It's your anchor in times of storms because you need a vision solid enough not to make you drown in the chaos. So it's freedom, it's expression. And sometimes I'm just visual graphic recording and people are speaking. So I'm graphic recording. And then that piece, it's about remembering the message. I take the key points that the speaker is speaking and I put it on like an 18 by 24 and it's all this black and white work. And then it gets blown up to be canvases and then it turns into team building at companies and the message continues and then it turns into bags and stickers. It's quite funny. And then just people giving people a spontaneous opportunity to put a piece of paint on a canvas at an event. They 9 times out of 10, they'll say, I'm not an artist, I'm not creative, I don't know what to do. And I said, you're the one I want. And they walk with me and they come up and I said, watch. And I just make this strike through the lines and they're like, oh, what did she just do? I gave them permission to go outside the lines, which gives them permission to go outside the thinking, go outside the box. And all of a sudden, in 1 second, them adding color, they just got freedom. And they just got accolades because I said, hey, that's awesome. And their coworker said, I never knew that. Oh, that looks awesome. So all of a sudden, everybody's becoming a cheerleader. So I love, love, love this calling, as you say, yes. And it didn't start just automatically. It was a total journey. It was let's jump off the cliff at the end of my 20s and have fun with my God-given talents and natural abilities. So that's where I took the leap. And sometimes, they say, leap and the net shall appear. I missed the net somewhere along the way. Bumpy, bumpy, bumpy journey, but all worth it. All worth it.
Well, I thank you so much for sharing because I think that, first of all, it is a journey. And I just love, listening to these last ladies speak about this creative place.
That's right.
And I just love what you do. And I think that you really encapsulated it well when you have someone who's like, I can't be creative, goes up, and then you do a mark across the lines.
Yeah.
And as they went like that, I would imagine that would very much be the case because, you draw within the lines and we know to think outside of it, but think of how many times we go away to retreat, to be creative, to refuel so that we have the time and let creativity show up for ourselves instead of trying to banter it out. But to be able to express yourself, I'm sure it does feel really freeing. And then that actually someone else actually liked that. You're like, oh, or I didn't know that about you, right? I didn't know that about you. So
great conversation starter. Yeah.
Put your information in the chat, Deb.
Okay.
I mean, absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Stephanie.
Oh, that was so good, Deborah Lee, because any of us on this call who were born as or raised as people pleasers and rule followers definitely need that someone to draw out our creativity. Because when you just said, I helped them turn the page upside down, I was like, why would you do that? That is so important. We have to look outside the lines, outside the box. And we have a lot of creatives on this call, but we also have a lot of business people on this call who were kind of raised inside the lines. So thank you so much, Deborah Lee. That was amazing. All right. So now we get to transition and I get to interview our host, my co-host today, Deb Drummond. So I have the honor of introducing her again, and she's going to talk about a new topic today. Some of you heard her talk yesterday on sales. We're going to stick with the sales theme, but another side of the coin. So Deb is a pioneer in entrepreneurship. She's built 7 international companies. She's inspired thousands around the globe. Deb has been recognized in Success Magazine 48 times. A ton of nominations. She's won many awards for her accolades in personal and business achievements. She has been serving as a judge at the 2024 Stevie Awards. That is a premier honors, the world's top honors for women entrepreneurs, executives, employees, and the organizations that they run. And in breaking news, our very own Kathy Holt had to leave this morning because she is, as we speak, accepting an award for Deb because Deb just won her very first Stevie Award. So put up the hands, the emoji. Congratulations, Deb. So happy for you. So well deserved. So now we get to hear from the woman who sold multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars on a trade show floor. So excited to talk about this topic. Something you might not know about Deb, and this completely shocked me, is this. Deb has co-piloted a Cessna, a glider, and a float plane. What? I didn't even know that. That's a glass of wine conversation. That's amazing, Deb. And then Deb's song that she's jamming out to right now is Try by Janis Joplin, Deb's alter ego. And today she is giving away to everyone a mini personal chat to discuss any personal or business question you might have, and an invitation to the Ask Party. You heard us talk about the Ask Party. It's been posted in the chat where you can just show up and ask a question. And then her big giveaway today for one lucky winner is a private full session and a free success planner, plus getting to be on one of her group podcasts. And that is valued at over $500. So listen carefully. I'll ask a question at the end and you will have a chance to win that. So Deb, I'm so excited to talk to you about trade shows. Why do you say trade shows are media? Help us understand that.
All right. Well, and I want to do a shout out because I know there's a lot of people listening by streaming. When we talk about our sisters, we talk about you too. And if I'm losing my voice a little bit, but we got this, we got this. Look, I get the unsexy topics because my philosophy, and I talked about it yesterday, like, why would I talk about sales when I can talk about some really other cool things going on in the world, is because my belief is a sustainable woman is a powerful woman. And because a lot of women that come to this sisterhood are self-funding, I talked about it yesterday. I talked about how sometimes when we don't revenue generate from what we want or what we're doing, we start questioning not only ourselves, but our pricing. We start questioning things that we really don't need to question because you're probably doing the right thing. You're just maybe not doing them in the right way. And the reason why I want to talk about trade shows is because 'tis the season to be out in trade shows. Trade shows are now back in full play. And it was actually how I got myself in Success Magazine that many times. Trade shows are media. When you look at media, media is one to many. Media is one to many. Is there anything that doesn't describe a trade show other than one to many? Someone else is actually handling, bringing those people in the door. You don't even have to go get them. That's what you pay for. When you pay for a trade show, you pay for all of their marketing that they've done to bring those people through the door. Your job is to actually introduce or engage those people in what message that you have, what product that you have, or what have you. But it is really a powerful one to many where you can just show up and bypass all of that. Could you imagine having to get in touch with all those people? So it is a really powerful thing that you can media stack as well. When I talk about media stacking, when I talk about media, we don't all just do one thing. Pretty good chance that if you're on this summit or you're speaking on this summit, you've probably written something, been in a publication, been on a podcast, have a social media, outlet somewhere. You have at least one of them, I'm assuming, and that's media stacking, where you can get multiple media impressions. It's just better. Does that answer your question?
It sure does. And I like how you talked about, just you're already at a trade show getting that built-in audience. And it's such an incredible opportunity, but I had never thought about it before as actually being media. So that's a really important point. So Deb, what are, give us a few, maybe 3 common mistakes that can seriously affect your trade show success?
I like this question, and I like how it's poised in terms of mistakes, because most people like, tell me what works. And so you can tell someone what works for you, but if they're doing things that don't work, they're gonna come up against each other. So if you're really looking at a trade show as a piece of media, which I hope you now all are, one of the things that people don't necessarily do is a media plan. And look at, I know that doesn't sound like that much fun. There's people that'll do them for you. That's what I do. But there's also other people out there that will help you put a media plan together. Because one of the things that people don't do is really examine why they're doing that show. And not look at, we do trade shows, right? Look at we just looked at my son's lineup. I'm like, oh my goodness, for 2025. And even though he's at each show, not at each show is not going to be the same conversation. It's not going to be the same banner behind the show. It's not going to be the same show promotion. And so if you choose to do shows, awesome. But when you do your media plan, when you examine what you're doing at that show, what is the intention of that show? Most people see a show and they're like, oh my gosh, I'm going to go because it's my demographic. We usually make decisions based on sometimes the name of the show and the demographic, and it matches our demographic and we go in. Nothing wrong with that, ever. Nothing wrong with that. But what you're going to say at that show is based on your media plan. I'm going to give you an example. I'll take myself out of it and I'll put Ocean in. For those of you that don't know, Ocean's in streetwear. So if you're wondering why, so he's going to a tattoo show, right? He's going to go to a tattoo show. So we sit and we go, okay, he's going to go to a tattoo show. Why? Because he's an art. He draws that art. I mean, it's a common show. We don't need to go into why. What do we want from that show? And people don't ask themselves that question because everyone assumes that you're going to that show to make sales. I mean, that makes sense, right? You're going to the show to make sales. You're spending money and you want to make money. But sometimes that show is media. Sometimes that show is exposure. Sometimes that show is to enhance a social media campaign. So for example, for Ocean's show with the tattoo show, right? We know that, of course we want sales to happen. But one of the things in the examination of what we want for his business long-term is he wants more Instagram followers. Cool. So what makes sense to have him sitting there and doing sales and Instagram following and this and that? You can only talk about one thing or two things at best. So let's just hire somebody. Their solo job is to give out stickers if you go onto Instagram and follow him instantly. That's the difference between doing a media plan around your show and packing your stuff up, going and saying, I know why I'm here. Do you know why you're there? Do you know what you want out of that? Because if our goal is 100 Instagram people, we can't think they're just going to go onto Instagram because those are future sales for us. That's future brand for us. So we're going to give something and someone's going to stand there all day giving out stickers, not a bad job. Who wants to come and hang with us? And someone else's job is going to be this, and someone else's job is going to be this, so that we can cover everything that we need, because that's part of the media plan and the immediacy. Absolutely, we want sales. It's ridiculous to say that we don't want sales, but that's going to be someone's job or two people's job. The other one's going to be on marketing. And so I think one of the common mistakes is that people don't really look at where this show fits now and how you can make that show fit in the future. The other thing is that people don't scout the show the year before. Now, you don't always have to scout. If you have an opportunity that's going to come upon you and you're like, I'm going to take this show, this is going to be amazing. We didn't scout the Emmys the year before, right? The Emmys haven't been at the Oscars yet. It's going to be our first year scouting. We're going all in. Sometimes you pull up your socks, you put on your backpack and you dive in, right? But by nature, if you have an opportunity to scout the show, so we scouted last year's tattoo show. We scouted last year's Japan show, and now we're in it this year, and we have an idea. We knew the room that we wanted to be in. We knew the flow, because when you go, you look at those things. You look at the flow of how people are walking. When they walk in, do they go to the right or do they go to the left? If you want people to see you first, because that's important for you, because you're one of many, meaning there's a lot of other people that show that do the same thing you do, you want to hit them first. If not, if you want to hit them at the end, when psychologically they feel like, I've seen enough stuff, I'm ready to buy, you know your people. right? And so you start to make different decisions all around that show if you've seen it before. If you don't have the opportunity to scout the show, do what everyone says they're going to do, but never does. And that's go to the show guide from the year before and go find some people that have similar, not the same thing. You know, they may not want to tell you everything because they may be going to that show again that year. But if you don't see them on this year's show guide and they were on last year's show guide, call them. Did it rain out that weekend and no one came? Or did no one come because the show producer didn't do their marketing? Right? There's always reasons. There's always going to be someone that has a great show no matter what happens. It's raining, no one shows up, but they sell umbrellas. Do you know what I mean? There's always going to be someone that's going to be the accidental winner at a trade show. But the more you bank the odds, you know, I'm in top performance. This is what we do. We bank odds. 3% makes a difference, right? The other thing that people do, and I see people do this a lot that are in service based, like they're giving a service. And so they go and talk to their friend that sells wine or their friend that sells chocolates or whatever, and they do a gift basket as a draw, right? So when you do a draw, you want people to enter for what you are selling only. Look at, if you have a TV there, there's going to be people that'll fill that entry form out all day. Well, God bless you on your private calling, because you're going to be calling a lot of people. They don't want your service. They want a television. They don't want your service. They want the bottle of wine. They want the basket of wine, right? And so yay for you, you got an email, but how solid is that lead? I would rather come home from that show and I'd rather call 10 people than 100 that are looking for a top performance trainer versus wine, chocolate, and cheese. So really having a proper draw with proper entry forms and handing that out to people is really important, because the interest is the same, right? It's like, why are we all here? Well, we all kind of have the same interest. There's something about this summit that rang your bell, so we want to talk to you. So those are some of the things. I mean, I spend 6 hours in a class, right? There's 10 of us and we bang it out, and you leave with your media plan and we do all the things. But I want to give you what I can in the time frame that we're talking on some of the things to at least not do. We can get to what to do later. Yeah.
Yeah, Deb, that's so good, because I think a lot of people would assume, oh, you know, every collaboration is a good collaboration, like you were talking about with the wine basket. And if you really want to be smart about your time, especially because we have many solopreneurs listening to this, right? Is how do I attract the people who really want to talk to me, who can benefit from my services, where I can make an impact? So that was a very good tip. And then the theme of everything you were just discussing, Deb, is that it does take a team. And so even for those of us who are solo or we have a small team, the point you made about someone just being designated to hand out a piece of branding material, or in Ocean's case, a sticker for signing up for following on Instagram that very moment, we all know a friend who wants to support our business to help us grow, right? So I think this is a call to action to get your team together. Maybe you can reward them with a dinner, or, you know, most of our friends, they just want to help. And so even if you're starting small, that's okay. Lean on your friends, lean on your sisters who can come and help me at this show, because inevitably it'll always work out for those team members you're asking. They'll get something from it too. So thank you, Deb. That was fantastic. So you did the mistakes. Now, you know, you talked about your class, which is incredible. It's a 6-hour class and can make us so much more media and trade show savvy. But can you give us top tips, maybe a couple top tips for, and maybe even just add some color commentary about how you go find a trade show? And then what are some tips about how to make it successful?
All right. So there's lots there. What I want to talk about is the kind of invisible ROI. When you think about doing a show, the first thing that usually comes up for people is how much it costs. And I want you to see past that. I think it would scare you, some of the costs that I've paid for trade shows. And I've had to look at them through a different lens. I want you to take a look at this as a media investment. Now, there's shows that you can do that are within hundreds, and there's shows that you can do that are multiple thousands and everything in between. I'm not telling you to max out every credit card that you have to do one show, but I want you to stop being afraid to invest in your business. This is an area that gets challenging. to invest when you don't know what the outcome will be, right? It's like, well, if I do that, or I speak here, or I, go into a show or whatever. I always say media is the instant long game. It's the instant long game. There's been times where I've had a very large sale come from a trade show I did 4 years ago, right? And it's like, it's as long as they are coming into a relationship with you, how they come into that relationship with you is multiple to different ways. But the one beautiful thing about a trade event is that the relationship is in person to person. And that's really resonating. It is such a driver for activity because someone actually met you. You got past the who are you, right? Like from the head up on a Zoom or on your Facebook page or what have you. So I just want people to get past it, because what I want you to see is I want you to see trade shows also as a media opportunity. So I teach a lot about media. As soon as you decide you're going to go to that show, that's when you start announcing the show. That's when you start getting excited about the show. One of the big things about creating a buzz is that you can drive people to a show, but just letting them know that you're out there is a big media opportunity. Anything that you do beforehand, do in the actual, and then in the after, that time frame is great social content, right? Also, in a trade event, it is that place, like I talked about, to build relationships, but also to build relationships with colleagues. There isn't a show that I don't go to that I don't make great relationships with other vendors. And honestly, I've been in shows where vendors have been the biggest purchasers, right? Because by nature, you're already like-minded. You're already like-minded. So when you're going into a show, do you have something for yourself? Do you have something for your customer? Do you have something for vendors? All of the things, right? It's a great place for leads. Some people do shows just for leads. They don't worry about closing on the table, right? Some people will close on the table. Some people don't close on the table. Make that decision and get comfortable with it. Particularly if you're paying for a show and you're not closing on the table. Maybe you're a really high ticket item. Maybe you're something that takes a longer time to digest and decide. Are people going to join a $25,000 mastermind class with you in 15 or 20 minutes? Maybe not, but they're going to size you up and you're going to size them up. You're going to get the information, you're going to have a conversation, you're going to build a relationship. So sometimes, and again, people go to the show, they're like, yeah, but I'm not going to sell there. No, but you might move somebody 4 movements over, right? You might be able to move them down the path of that acquisition that we talked about yesterday because they saw you and they met you. And many people do things because they met you. Many people will do things in your business. That's why when we did the book, one page is all about you. Don't talk about your business on that page. Who are you, right? Who are you? And that's how people purchase who you are. And there is no better place to make yourself known, I think, as in person at a show. So it could be just a place for leads, right? It could be a place to close old leads. This is a big one. People don't think about this. And it's the same as when people speak on summits. I could go on and on about this, but I won't, but I will. So, so here's the deal, right? When we go do something new, a new piece of media, we forget who we met before. If you are speaking on a summit or you're going to a trade shows are speaking gigs, by the way. In case you didn't know, it's a speaking gig, because if you didn't talk, don't go. But, so you go, it's a speaking gig. Invite everybody that is in your pipeline. We talked about it yesterday. One of the gifts I'm giving away is, the gift I'm giving away for someone is this is the success planner, but it looks like this and it's a tracker and it takes you through 14 steps of your customer process, right? We talked about that yesterday, the tracker. Thank you, Kathleen. And so everybody that you've had conversation with from 1 to 14, if they haven't closed, invite them to your trade show. Particularly people that are past the 5. We talked yesterday about 5 is when people start, money starts at 5. And 8 to 12 is where 80 to 90% of your sales are closed. Hey, I'm at the show. Come on down. I've got a free ticket for you. Come on down. If they're in the area, come on down. And so it can also be a place where you close old leads. And I've done that to great success. And then you know what? Sometimes you go and you spend that money. And here's an area that I note that women do not spend enough time and or money in it because it doesn't have an instant ROI. Is market research. Sometimes you go to test your market. If you're going to bring a new product, if you're going to bring a new seminar, if you're going to bring a new program, get yourself there and talk about it and look at the response, watch the face, ask them, hey, I'm doing this incredible new mastermind. I'm doing this incredible new program. And these are the 3 names that I'm thinking of doing. Now you might have a book that you're selling or an event that you're selling to too. You don't go and not have things for people to purchase, join, or go to your Instagram with, make a sticker. But you might want to test the market. How does this feel for you? If I say blah, 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 or blah, blah, oh my gosh, we did it with the Ask Party. How many different names is the Ask? Ask and Receive Mastermind, Millionaires Girl Guide Summer Camp. I mean, we're still playing with it, right? But I think we're going to just come up to the Ask Party. But anyways, it's a place to do market research. And if you're paying $500, that's cheap market research if you're there for a weekend or $1,000, and you will come out of it knowing the name that turns people on. You will not be able to even imagine the ROI of something like that. So it's a place for market research as well. And that's really more of what I want to share with you today, and encourage you to take that leap to at least look at trade events, speaking events, these kind of events where you're putting yourself out there as having maximum benefit. It's worth your time, it's worth your energy, it's worth your effort, and it's worth your investment.
Thank you, Deb. That was really helpful. I think there's a lot of note taking going on. So appreciation to Deb for that incredible business information, right? Because we need to be sustainable. And that is Deb's mission, to help us be sustainable. Deb held up the top performance success planner, but I just got this. I'm really excited because I personally am having more media appearances and I need to track what I am doing. So this is her top performance media success planner. So you know, what podcast was I on? What am I aspiring to be on? And you can keep track of this. This is also available on Amazon, and we'll post the links. All right, Deb.
Can I say something about this? I'm really excited about this because here's what happens. This is why I created it. This is like a week old. This is super exciting. In here, you have where people say, like, it's like, okay, because we meet people all the time. You're meeting people here. If you have a podcast, put it in the chat. If you have a radio show, put it in the chat. If you have a YouTube channel, put it in the chat. So you can contact people and you have a spot to put what they are offering. You've got a spot that's trade shows, publications, stages. Put us down for stages, because what's going to happen is you're going to soon make a new year plan. 2025, 2026, what's your media plan, what's your market plan, what's your business plan? What do you want? Is there things you're going to launch? Because if so, you're going to go to your media planner and you've got, I've got 10 people in here I know that have media. So instead of going forward and having to go look on them and hey, do you know that? You're meeting them all over the place. Put them in your book so that you have them. When you're ready to go, you're ready to go. So sorry, I'm excited about it because it's so needed. People do the whole, business card deliver your desk and they forget and they don't know and all the things.
Yeah. You need to be able to carry it around too. Sometimes it's not convenient to pop up your laptop and look at a spreadsheet, right? When you're in the. So I am going to pose the question so that someone can win your prize, Deb. So this is a fill in the blank question. So you're going to give me the last word and put in your email address. Here is the sentence that Deb said. Trade shows are fill in the blank. It's one word. Trade shows are thank you. All right. I see the answer coming in. All right, Deb, I'll turn it back over to you.
Honestly, that is so amazing. I don't even know. I didn't see the answer. I don't remember what I said, but I'm glad someone else did. That's great. I see Miss Leslie here. Leslie, I just want to do a shout out for you. You're in your wonderful blue. It was funny. You and Joanne and me and Stephanie were on this morning and we were all color coordinating. And then Kathleen came in with her leopard print and just blew us all away. We've been talking a lot today about women of inspiration. The women from the Emmys were on. They talked about, what they had to do to get ready to what they had to get ready to. You are someone who is always putting yourself in the hot seat. You are. If there's anyone I know that goes to learning new things, diving in, both feet, like, do you know what I mean? You're always learning new things, because when we talk and when you come to the Ask Party, there's conversations that are having about new things, and you are on top of that. You're also stepping into a major playing field, and you have since the time that I met you, since the time that we had a conversation. I mean, we had a Steinem moment, and that's kind of cool. So, pushing boundaries is not unusual for maybe myself or yourself, but still, even women like yourself that decide to take big adventures, it's not necessarily easy. You just find your way to navigate to do that. And I was wondering if you would share a little bit on what you're stretching with yourself now and the lessons that you've learned or are learning to do that.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you so much for having me. Like, what an amazing group of women, always, right? But I think every time you're blown away because we're bringing more women in, and all the women in here, it's just like mind blowing. So yeah, I there's so many like gold nuggets running through my head that resonated so much with me. And Nancy said a little bit earlier, every voice matters. And I'd say for me, every story matters. Like, our story is so important as entrepreneurs, why we're doing what we're doing, who we're doing it for. And that sometimes gets lost in the weeds. And this is really a place to make you remember why and what you're passionate about. So I just had to say that. But I think for me, because like all of us, we had people, when I first got this opportunity to write this book, and I wasn't really thinking about a book, let's be real. But I had an idea in my head, right? So I was like, yeah, I can do that. And then people said, oh my gosh, don't you have to think about the time or the resources or whatever? And I said, no, here is what I need to think about. Is this going to take me to somebody that I want to be, or somewhere that I want my business to be? And that is all I need to decide. And everything else is going to fall in place. Now, obviously, when you jump, then you're like, what the woodchuck did I just do? Like, what was I thinking? But I will say this type of community is so important. I think I said this on one of my little short reels the other day, is like, I totally, like, I'm like, Deb, jump in the deep end. And if people are hanging on the edge, I'll shove you in the deep end. And the reason why is because you got a whole community of women that are standing on the side of the pool with a life jacket. Now, I also said, like, Deb might let you struggle a little bit because she's like, you got to learn to swim there, girl. But we're not going to let you drown. There's the important part. So having community and knowing that people got your back, I think it makes us more fearless, right? We're like, hey, if something goes wrong, I know I got 5 women beside me that are going to step up and push me back up again. So for me, that's really why I jump, right? Now, some of the other things, I think, so I talk about stories and how we use our story, but it's not just the story we tell out here, it's the inner stories, right? How do we get control of this story going on in our head and make it align with the outside story? And you have all been there, right? In fact, I had a friend who was a beta reader, and she said to me, in your book, you mentioned going to the Oscars a lot because that's where the book's headed. She said, but what if that doesn't happen? And it's so funny. I was actually in the urgent care because I fell down some stairs, gashed my head open. I'm bleeding, right? Like, they had to stitch me up. I'm sitting there and I read this message from her. And so I laughed and I said, well, short of death, I'm going to go to the Oscars. And so, that's the other thing. I think we have to be committed, and we have to, once we jump, go like, whatever it takes, I'm going to make it happen. I don't know how, but I have that capability.
That's amazing. I just so much wanted you to share because I think we all have our level of comfort and bravery. Like, it comes up to itself, right? And I think we know when we pass it a little bit, because the uncomfortableness is a little unsettling. But Leslie, how you live life can be unnerving for people. No. It's really important. You have to have people that go off the cliff first, or else you have no one to catch you on the bottom, right? But I really wanted you to share your mindset. And honestly, I love your decision making. We all have baselines. I don't know what your baseline is. I have a baseline for a bad day that's pretty considerable. Like, it's a bad day if that happens, and only if that happens. And it's pretty far reaching. So that keeps me going. For you, it's like the question that you asked, that deciding factor, is this going to help me as a person? Is it going to help my business? What a clear, defined answer. At that point, it comes up as a yes. So if you haven't connected with Leslie and you don't see what she's doing on Facebook and media and all the things, as she is writing her book to be able to be at the Oscars and gifted as well. I mean, and that's absolutely incredible. And so sometimes we put that pressure on, and it's amazing what happens. I always say, you know, one of the things that, one of the times in my life where I needed to revenue generate the most and fast was because my son needed a certain schooling, and the time frame was on and my back was against the wall. And it's incredible what you will do when you've got a time frame, right? It's interesting. You find time you didn't think you have. It's almost like you make your own clock. Do you know what I mean? Priorities come very quickly. You make decisions very quickly. You're very clean. You're very clear, and you know what you're doing. You're probably going to be a little tired. You might have a voice like mine. You know what I mean? But all in all, it's worth it.
Right. And I think we're always training for that, right? Because I found myself like totally leaning into my intuition, doing stuff that normally I was like, I might not have done, but I'm like, my intuition is telling me. So I did that. And I think the other thing about jumping is you never know what you're capable of if you don't take that jump. And none of us wants to end up somewhere down the line. Here's the thing, right? We can walk out the door and get hit by a bus. Are we going to regret the choices we made or didn't make on that day? So yeah, I think we grow. Like I knew I would have to grow through the book process. And isn't that either we're growing or we're dying? So let's choose growing.
Awesome. Well, look, my friend, congratulations. I want to please put your information, and anyone that wants to be invited to your book launch. Now, I don't know how many book launches you're doing, but I know that you're doing one in LA. I know you're doing one with us in March. So March 7th and 8th, Leslie is going to be launching her book there. Please make sure you're there. There is nothing more incredible than having people on the sidelines cheering you on. It's so important. It's so important. So please put your information in the chat so you can get women on a guest list, so you can make sure you tell them when and where and how and time and all the things, all the things. Stephanie, I'm going to pass it over to you. I see our next beautiful speaker in the room. Leslie, thank you. Let's do some hearts. Let's do some reactions and jazz hands and all the good stuff. And Stephanie, back over to you.
Okay, great. Well, the energy and the spirit just keeps going. And Leslie, I saw some notes in the chat, like you're funny. You really do have a great sense of humor. So thank you for lighting us up today. All right, so I've been seeing her, watching closely, and now we finally get to hear from her. Pat Alva Cracker, welcome. Pat is a business coach and philanthropist, and she is a serial entrepreneur with a passion for innovation, leadership, and creativity. And let's bring Pat on stage. She's a global speaker on Thrive Beyond.
Yay. Well, hello, my sisters, my hermanas, wherever you are. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. If you have been inspired today, I want to see a 1 in the chat right now.
Yes, let's
hear
pop those in. Pat, I'm gonna share with the audience while they're popping those ones in. Fun fact about you, and it sounds like you and Deb have something in common. You were a student pilot. Go, Pat. That's awesome. And then the music that's inspiring Pat to add to your playlist is music by Paul Taylor. He is a jazz artist, Paul Taylor. We had another jazz artist yesterday, inspiring. So today, Pat's giveaway to everyone is 7 self-care habits for the amazing woman. So Pat, we cannot wait to get that free gift. That's so generous. Thank you. And Pat's big giveaway, so you want to pay attention to every word Pat is saying, is this. It's a human design assessment private coaching session with Pat, valued at over $550. So Pat, thank you for that generous gift. We are so excited. And your topic is, it just keeps getting better. Woohoo! Let's keep getting better. So start us off with, what is your relationship with clay, and how does that relate to your business? I was like, did I prepare that right? Your relationship to clay?
Oh my God. first of all, Stephanie, thank you. I'm honored to have you interview me and dig deep into who I am. And yes, I'm in this book. So I'm very excited about it. Yeah, my story with clay. Wow, what a turnaround for me when it came working with clay. I would have never, ever thought that. And the way that that came up is because a year and a half ago, I was diagnosed with breast cancer for the second time. And I said, I have to put my business on hold and just focus on getting myself healthy. So stopping the community work, stopping the business, stopping networking, all of that. And I made a commitment to myself and my higher self saying, at the end of the year, higher self, you'll tell me what my next chapter is going to look like because I'm reimagining myself and my business. And what came was, you're going to be a potter. And I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. Me, a potter, and you're going to be a potter. And over, you're going to be a potter. I'm like, okay. So I signed up for a class and I've been coaching, I've been under the instruction of different people for a year. And so this is one of my works right here, this Christmas tree. This is one of my pieces. I'm so proud of it. You have no idea. My relationship with clay is this, is that I learned that when we create, it takes three people. It takes your intuition, your higher self, however you want to call it. And in my case, it was my hands and it was clay. And so we would meet in class and we would work together. And the clay turned out to be my friend. The clay turned out to be my teacher. What she taught me was that you cannot rush creativity. You have to allow your higher self, your hands, and me to create what's supposed to be created at this time. And that means, Pat, that you have to be fully present, have a quiet mind, and allow yourself just to be in the moment. She also taught me that because you're hand building, it's not going to be perfect. So allow yourself to enjoy me and create the vision that's been given to you, knowing that hand building is always imperfect. Otherwise, it would be built by a machine. So I have been actually documenting my process with clay. And every time I go to class, I come home and I write down, what did she teach me today? And it's been an amazing story and how much I've evolved in working with clay and actually claiming I'm an artist.
That's beautiful. I mean, talk about listening to that higher self. Pat, I love how you term that, it is your higher self and you could not ignore the calling. You had to do it. You had to work with clay. And then clearly it has brought out all this creativity. You now have stories to tell. You have a new medium to work with. So because you are a business coach, so you understand that, the left and right brain, right? We were just hearing about that. So how does someone, I'm going to shift gears here. How does someone fall in love as an entrepreneur with technology? Because, you're dealing with this really creative side, but then you have this doing side that has to get done.
Yeah, really. And, I have 35 years of experience in technology. So making that shift to art is amazing. And it's like, I never would have thought it. But, women over 45 have this love and hate game with technology. And we tell ourselves, I can't keep up with it. Well, keeping up with it is like trying to keep up with your grandkids, right? They're all growing and running and you can't keep up with them. And I'm just like, stop. When it comes to technology, there's probably one tool that you need to help you in your business. And we go in thinking that we have to know this tool and Instagram and Canly and la da 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 da. And we get overwhelmed and we don't do anything. And I had a client, Maria, who experienced that. She joined a new team and she said, Pat, I feel like I'm one step behind. And I said, let's do a learning strategy for you. Let's identify the tools that you think you really need and narrow it down to the one that you really need to learn. And let's make time on your calendar for 30 minutes to learn that one. So don't let it overwhelm you. Just pick that one tool, take a baby step. There's a lot of free education on that one tool that you need. Now, what is that one tool that you want to learn? Put it in the chat. What is that one tool you want to learn? Because there may be someone in this room that knows it so well they can mentor you.
That's right. Yeah, that's the power of the community. So thank you for giving us a safe space to admit when technology feels overwhelming and intimidating. So yeah, I'd be interested to see what everyone pops into the chat there. So Pat, how do women feel, or how would you advise women to deal with the feelings of now what after their career hits success, right? So we've been talking about this, like we hit these certain levels. Now what? And I'm guessing you're going to lead us to some inner alignment again, but please.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's been a common thread today, hasn't it been? About finding passion and what are we supposed to be doing? And women 45 and over usually get to a point where they have reached the pinnacle of their career, they've reached the pinnacle of their business and been on TED Talks and made $1 million, yada, yada, yada. And now they're like, what now? Right? It's what now? So when I work with clients who are in that stage, my question is, what did you put on hold that used to bring you so much joy and fun that you put it on hold to work your career or your business? What was that one? And we go back and, well, you know what? And I used to like to paper mache. I used to like to write books. I used to do blah, blah, blah. When I was younger, I was always doing, X, Y, and Z. I was always running and I was always, it's what were you doing before you actually got into your career and your business that you decided you were going to put on hold? And I'm asking you to release the hold button on that one thing.
That's really good. I mean, a moment of silence, a moment of cheer, but then like a moment of contemplative silence of what was that? Because it could be a childhood dream that actually manifests in a different way as an adult woman, right? Do you have, I'm going to ask you just kind of a spontaneous question here is, do you have a story of someone that went back or for yourself, you went back to, oh, this was on hold? We'd love to hear you expand on that.
Yes, I do actually. One of my clients, Victoria, is extremely successful in the IT industry. And one of the things that she used to do with her mom is make flower arrangements. And when her mom passed away, she kind of put that hobby away and went on to her career and it was very successful. And she had the question of, I'm at a point where I've done everything that I want to do in my career and I don't know what to look back at. And we talked about, well, what did you do? What did you do with your mom? What were some hobbies that you did with your sister? What were the things that you did with your family that were just brought you so much joy? And she went back and remembered, I used to make flower arrangements with my mom.
That's so
And the
touching.
next thing you know, she's doing flower arrangements for special events, baby showers. Who would have known? Just asking that one question.
Wow. That's a
We have the answer in here. We just need to stop and listen.
That's right. Oh, that's so good, Pat. That gave me goosebumps. All right. So talk to us, because there's a lot of transitions that we're inferring, right? There's the transition of changing your mind and leveling up into something different, but that can bring along feelings of anxiety, right? Worry, doubt, fear. Can you talk to us about that transition anxiety?
Yeah, I want to share a statistic with you. AARP said that 1 out of 3 women that are between the ages of 45 and 64 experience anxiety on some level when they're talking about career changes. The other two hope that they never have to update their profile on LinkedIn.
Oh, there's people on this call that can relate to that.
So, you know, in that transition, what we tend to focus on is I'm transitioning and I don't know how to do this. You know, I'm afraid that I don't have all the ducks in a row to do X, Y, and Z. And what we forget is that as we age, our wisdom and our experience is this big. And we don't focus on this. Right? So when you're trying something new, go back to what you know. Oh, yeah, I did something similar to this when I was in corporate. Oh, this was like the business line that I opened 10 years ago. Oh, I know those main points that will help me get through this. Right? So focus on the experience and the wisdom that you have to carry you into that new area.
That's
And
great,
use your
Pat.
breath.
Yes.
Use your breath when you panic.
I like this, right? Because I think women have the tendency to sell ourselves short if we don't think we know 100% on a topic. But I've read the statistic that if you know 20% more than someone, that you have value to offer them. You can help them through a process. You can share something. And so just to remember that this is so much experience that we have accumulated by the time we get to our 40s. We don't need to sell ourselves short. We can look in the mirror and say, wow, I have so many experiences. So Pat, that's a great point. You know, as we start to wrap up, Pat, what knowledge or bit of wisdom would you like to share or impart on our listeners today that you just really want to be sure they take away from this talk?
Right. I think most of our audience, if I'm looking today, is 45 and over. And what I'm going to share is that you are relevant. And I ask you to embrace who you are, your wisdom and your experience, and combine that with opportunities that give you fulfillment. And embrace vitality, right? You've learned so many things about today because we need you. And we need you to make a decision to become relevant in whatever you're doing, mind, body, soul, and industry. And if you need help, call me. My information is on the chat. You can set up a time and we can talk.
That's so fantastic. I love that, Pat. We definitely want to continue talking. So hands up, hearts, love for Pat. And we want to give away Pat's human design assessment because I have a feeling, Pat, you go very deep in uncovering how we have architected our lives, right? And what we can come up with that's next for our next chapter. So here's the question. At the beginning, Pat shared that she had a calling and her inner voice said, you are going to be a what? Fill in that blank. You're going to be a what? And include your email address because you may very well win her human design assessment. So thank you so much, Pat. Lots of love for you and appreciation.
Oh my gosh, that was amazing. Thank you, sister. And for those of you that saw all the pictures from the Dallas event that we did, the book launch that we just did, I mean, this is a 5-year tour and you're going to see Pat was the first one to stick her hand. Well, she was on our door knocking like, when are you coming to Dallas? When are you coming to Dallas? When are you coming to Dallas? Right. So we didn't have to ask too hard, but I got to spend time with this woman in her home and I took pictures and videos of her home. So if anyone's into James Bond, this woman has a house full of secret compartments. I'm not kidding. It was so much fun. I took a video and sent it to my son. Like you pulled this thing out of from above her stove and all these spice racks. And doors that opened to doors. It was incredible. It was a beautiful experience. I mean, it was super fun. I felt like I was in a like a Willy Wonka's chocolate factory palace because that's what it was like. And it was so great. And I just want to thank you so much for hosting, because by hosting the Dallas event, it just allowed us to reach more and have more women know about what it is that's going on here And you're such a beacon. And I loved how you spoke today about that pottery. I mean, honestly, I felt like I was Demi Moore, you know what I mean? Like I felt like I was there with you. And I love, what did you put on hold? I love, what did you put on hold? That's got to be a hashtag or a banner or something, or on your next business card or whatever. That's really beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much, so much. Wow, there it is. There it is. All right. So, you know, we've had a variety of speakers. Hey, Stephanie, like we've had film directors to relevancy, to media, to trade shows, to jumping off cliffs, to creativity, to the Passionistas coming in and telling us about how and why they started their project, and all of it. And Liz kicking us off with resilience. It's just been a really impactful day. It's hard to even put together everything that we've learned in the last 2 days and all of it. I have some women that I was introduced to that I'd love to bring to the stage right now. And before we do a little bit, one of the things that I'm loving that I'm seeing is women sharing, but also women asking. And I really want to invite people, you know, I'm starting to get a little emotional on my little side of the world here because, you know, we're wrapping up this year. And, you know, when we say that there's been 6,000 women that have come to hear this, we're not even including the streaming. And I'm just watching the impact. I'm also sitting here in these last 2 days watching incredible growth from women that joined us, honestly, only about a year and a half ago. March 2025 will be our second year in front of the camera, out, you know, in front of the curtain. And this actually started in October 2021. And it was 2 years till we took it to the curtain. The curtain's been revealed, and I'm watching people just jump and movement and bring their sisters, and the solidarity is incredible. So I'm kind of entranced in that. And I just want to say that we made a decision when you're in our community. I'm not pitching the community, but imagine showing up. We've been doing these kind of behind the scenes things where you show up and you're like, hi, this is my name, this is where I'm from, and honestly, this is my ask. And if you watch the level of transparency that's happened over the last 24 hours, women will catch you with the net. And they're like, what do you need? And it's like, bring it on, like, bring it on. And we've opened that up. So if you're not part of us yet, if you haven't written how to be a part of us, write, put a quote in the planner, speak on a stage, do a shout out, whatever, speak or write something. And that's it. There's no membership fees. It's just like, you're cool, you're groovy, let's get in here and let's do this. Let's do this. And so we've opened it up to the public. So if that sounds something of interest to you, just put ask in your email and we'll get in touch with you and we'll let you know, because we're going to do 2 really incredible wrap-ups before the year ends. We're doing the ask party, ask for what you want. And then we're going to be doing the holiday party, which is your ask for intentions for 2025. So just put your ask in your email. Now, that's going to take me to introducing 2 incredible women that I haven't had a chance to get to know too much yet, but I know that I'm fortunate. Canada's been rocking the stage today, Hillary. So we have Hillary and Sam from Everyday Action. And I want to give a big shout out to Darren Darnborough that put me in touch with these 2 incredible women doing incredible things. And me and Hillary were talking about, I was talking about Tofino. She lives, you know, well, I'll tell you a little bit about Hillary, and then you'll know why we were kind of talking a little bit off grid. But this is Hillary. Hillary, maybe just do, because not everyone knows, just there you go, because Sam's also going to be speaking. So Sam, just give us a little shout out there. Okay. So these 2 women are doing some pretty incredible things, and I'm going to let them talk about that. But Hillary is the one thing that you may not know about her, and you may know her, is that she lives off the grid in Canada and she loves fishing. Awesome. Right on. You and Leslie, when I was talking to you yesterday, and Leslie, you 2 have to get together. You just do. And Leslie, you're gonna love this. And then your all-time favorite music, what you're listening to, is Hans. Sorry, my voice is, I'm losing it. Hanse, right?
Hanson, no, Hanson.
Okay, I was like, Hanson. I was like, I haven't heard of them. I'm gonna look them up after. So Hanson. Okay, we know Hanson. So add Hanson to your playlist. Now Sam's favorite band is Cannons. And what you may not know about Sam, as she's sitting there all ready to be on stage, is that not many people know that she's kind of shy and she's kind of an introvert, but she's doing this big grand project. So ladies, I don't know who's going to speak first, but please you introduce each other or share what you're doing and why you're doing it, I think what a perfect time of year to have you on.
Well, thank you guys so much for having us. I'm Hillary.
And I'm Sam.
And we're the co-founders of Everyday Action. And we very much believe in collaboration and community over competition. And that's kind of really where Everyday Action comes from. A little bit is a feeling kind of similar that we're maybe all going through this time of year, being election time and all of that, just feeling a little down and like, what can I do to give back? And what was happening to Sam and I during that time 4 years ago was like, we both just felt very lost and a place where social media was turning into this like very negative realm. And for me, social media had been a place where I had connected to people and had been this like really beautiful place for actually most of my life. And suddenly it became a place where I saw people say things to each other that they would just never say to their face. And it was at a time when we were all stuck at home and really needing community. So I thought of this idea of like, what if when I felt angry and upset, instead of responding to someone, I put my phone down and just went out and did something for someone else until I was no longer angry. And then if I did that every day, imagine the impact I would make. And then if I and Sam could then inspire other people to do that further, imagine the world we'd be in of productivity and positivity instead of, hate and destruction. So that's really the core of what Everyday Action's about. And to me, it's really present today and in this week. I know we're not talking about politics, but like that's where Sam and I are channeling anything that we're feeling currently is into action and positive action. And what we do in that is we actually also are from the entertainment business. Sam and myself are assistant directors and producers from the Directors Guild of America and spent most of our career on a film set, watching a lot of food waste. Also living in Los Angeles, where there's a lot of people struggling with food insecurity and who are unhoused. I don't know if you're aware in Los Angeles, but 1 in 3 households are struggling with food insecurity, and there's over 77,000 unhoused currently living on the streets. It's really a crisis. You can't drive anywhere or go anywhere without driving past someone who's struggling. And Sam and I in COVID had this stop and decided to put all the pieces together and do something about it. So we who had no experience running a company or a nonprofit or any idea what any of those things were, got down on her shag carpet, got out our laptops and some notebooks, and we wrote some bylaws. Not shag carpet. Yeah, we wrote bylaws and we founded a board. I remember my sister-in-law, who also runs a similar network about women, reminded me, or she said, I will be on your board. And I said, oh, thank you so much. And I went home and I Googled, what is a board? I didn't even know what that was. So Sam and I really built Everyday Action from the absolute ground up. Our very first food run, we bought a cooler at Walmart in our own hazmat suits because it was at a time when you couldn't go to the stores. I personally can fit in this cooler, so it's like this big giant thing that's a joke that Sam and I kind of had from the beginning. But it's not a joke because it really remembers just that first run. And so anyway, Sam and I put together a nonprofit that reallocates food from mainly film and TV sets, but corporate events and more. We go across a 90-mile area of outreach every day from Santa Clarita to San Pedro, and we deliver to a same 90-mile area of outreach, delivering around 100,000 meals a year annually. Sam, do you want to talk more about our driver program and our 3-pronged approach?
Yeah, so how we actually move the food, of course, is by utilizing background actors and production assistants who already work in the industry. They are also the lowest paid in our industry. And for me personally, as an assistant director, those 2 categories of workers have built my career for me. I only have my career because of background actors and production assistants who recommended me to other ADs on set. And that's how I ended up with a career in the first place. So it's our way to get back to the lowest paid in our industry. So that sort of covers a bit of our attack towards, wage disparity. And then where food waste and food insecurity come in, our attack there is by using those people who work on set because they know how to be around a set. They understand where to go and how to read the details that we send out ourselves, as well as any sort of map that we send them to help them guide them to where the food is. They understand timing and they understand the flexibility of timing that is needed with production. So if you don't know what production assistants do, they make things happen.
They are the backbone of our industry who make sure that every department has what they need to continue filming. And background actors are traditionally, they used to be called extras. We call them background actors now because they are not extra. They are a part of the crew. They are a part of the scenes. They're a part of the whole process. And so they make things come alive. So using the two categories of humans who make things come alive and make things happen was our way of giving back within our industry, as well as questioning this whole food waste and food insecurity that happens all around us right now, especially in an industry where we have excess. It never made sense to us. And so we decided to do something about it. And like Hillary said, we did all of the research ourselves. I think Hillary, our first logo, she just got a piece of cardboard and wrote it on there and circled, and we took a picture, and that was our first logo. I cobbled together our first website. It was awful. Thank God for Stacy Beeman. But we, we really knew that for us developing this, we really had to like do the work ourselves to really understand how this would run and how we could make it run and better. So what we do is every day I ingest all of our call sheets and I figure out a schedule of who goes where. So our drivers email in, they say, I'll be available this day. And we send them out to the sets and they go in and they're quick like a buddy and just in and out, barely seen by anyone. You know, during COVID, we actually told them, be as invisible as possible. You need to be stealthy. No one needs to see that you're there. We don't want to worry anyone. Wear full PPE. Don't be seen or heard. Just in and out. And for years, most people didn't know we existed because we operated like that. So we were that stealthy. But now, now the word's kind of out. And so we cover about 10 to 15 shows a day and lots of like last minute pickups. We do commercials and we are able to actually take that food to a whole network of different beneficiaries. Hillary, do you want to talk about our map and how we did that? Because we actually started our map ourselves.
Yeah, so Sam and I really wanted to give back to directly the neighborhoods where film production is. In film production, it's really like a circus. It picks up and moves every day. It's in a 90-mile area of outreach going from Santa Clarita to San Pedro in Los Angeles, California. It really goes from the desert to the beach and it goes 24/7. So Sam and I did that for our film career. So we just built our production our nonprofit like a production company. So our beneficiary map is in the same networks that we pick up from. So we have over 40 network people in that network that are across this map, and they're all different lower income housing or shelters or other nonprofits, really anyone that's helping feed those struggling with food insecurity. One of our favorites is the Entertainment Community Fund in Hollywood. They have 2 lower income housing that only supports people that are struggling from the arts. So for Sam and I, it's just like a really beautiful circle for the food to go from a film set to helping those who used to work on a film set who are currently struggling. And we just put it in their fridge 24/7. So really, to me, the sentence that people are starving in America should be something that's silly, because it is. Like, no one should be hungry in America. We have the resources to solve this problem. We're just not logistically doing it properly. And Sam and I are really challenging people to stop throwing away things that are perceived as waste and to reallocate those to people who need them. We really are like Grubhub, and anyone who has means is allowed to use Grubhub. But why are people who don't have means not allowed to have food delivered to them, right? There's suddenly all these red tapes and things need to go through. Sam and I cut through those red tapes. We have liability insurance. We know the Good Samaritan Act. We did our research. But furthermore, it's just about looking at yourself every day, taking down that barrier and just helping someone, because that's more important. And that's really what Sam and I are trying to inspire. And then I know everyone here is, a really strong woman in business trying to build their business. And I just want to talk about that a little bit. Sam and I started this with literally nothing. A nonprofit still is a business. And that is something we've always approached it as, which I think is why we've been able to grow so quickly, which is kind of been to our detriment at times, where people meet me and Sam and they're like, oh, where are the 70 people that work for you? And me and Sam go, I don't know. Let me know when they show up, So sometimes having a big ripple effect can be a little daunting, but Sam and I really built action, making sure we had, some celebrity support from the get-go so that our social media posts and those things would be reposted, that we would have some following. We focused on finding someone impressed to be on our board, so they would constantly be looking for areas. Very early on, Sam and I were on the Kelly Clarkson show, which really helped elevate our brand and what we were doing and really legitimize. Sam and I really went to who we know. It's really about who you know. You can cold email people till you're blue in the face. Sometimes that does work. I have had a few successes, but mainly it comes from following through with the relationship. So Sam and I went to our Rolodex. We worked on a film set for a decade. So we went person by person, producer by producer, still do. And now we work with Netflix, Disney, Amazon, CBS. We worked to build those relationships. The start of Everyday Action started with me charging almost $20,000 on my credit card at a time where I was literally losing money. So that is now back, but that is really what it took. It took me and Sam just going for it and putting all of it on the line. Like I've heard so many women here talk about leaving their big careers to go jump for it. Sam and I very much have done that. This year, about a year and a half ago, the writer's strike and SAG strike and our show got canceled all at the same time. And Sam and I just jumped and bet on ourselves. So for the past year and a half, we have been working full time at Everyday Action. We're not fully paid just yet, but we're hopeful that next year will be that year of fundraising, that we're able to break that barrier. And that really comes from a constant struggle and looking towards how to find more funding, how to find a foundation, how to look at city funding, and how to figure out how to fund a nonprofit, because Sam and I never did that before. We are logistical, high stakes puzzle solvers. You can give Sam and I 7,000 things to do in one day. We will get them done in the right order. But the other side of it, the business side, is totally new to me and Sam. So that has been the hardest thing in building. We're in year 5 and this really big growth point. We have a warehouse we're starting to open. We have one vehicle we're trying to, build to more. So we can relate to those growth areas in business, because in a nonprofit, man, you have never got enough time on your resources and you've got to use every cent the most that you can. So we just want to relate to you also as business owners, because it's really hard to be there day after day, being a CEO and COO and co-founder. It's really lonely. It's day after day at your own computer with a lot of no's and a few yeses. I try to look at those no's as motivation. Also hearing that I'm not in that room. If someone tells you no, maybe that is a no, and that's okay. And it's time to move on. There was a really high profile production company that Sam and I thought was going to bring Everyday Action lots and lots of funding. And I chased them for about 3 years. And last year I just stopped. And you know what? I've gotten way more funding because I stopped chasing someone who wasn't going to give it to me. So that's also something to look for. So Everyday Action is just challenging everyone to really think about helping others every day. And as women who founded this, we just see you and cheer you on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would also add from like knowing nothing about what we were doing and really, building the plane when we fly it, there's a massive amount of imposter syndrome that jumps up. And I think it would happen at any age, at any experience level. It's just there. The biggest thing that for me, especially operations, I'm always worried with is like compliance and paperwork. And I gotta say, at the end of the day, the government will always forgive everything as long as you pay up. It's always correctable. It's always fixable. You'll always get those letters of like, hey, you didn't file this. Where's that? And it's okay. It is genuinely okay. You can fix it, figure it out, get it to people who have experience, or your attorney or lawyer, accountant, whoever, tax, anybody who you need necessary to like help just figure it out and unwrinkle that wrinkle. It's fine. I think it's very much like a big fear, right? Of like making a misstep, and it's okay. And that was something that we also, for us, to give ourselves balance through this journey, because it is a very hard journey. We really gave ourselves permission a couple years in to make mistakes, to not be perfect. I think there is a real mindset of being perfect. And of course that comes from production. Production's a very perfection demanding sort of field. And we really took that layer away for ourselves and said, it's okay. We can fail. We didn't succeed at this today, and that's okay. And from the very beginning, we always said, like, maybe we can't do this today, but maybe tomorrow. We can't help these people today, but maybe tomorrow. And that is what we always strive for, is maybe we didn't like get this done perfectly, but we can do it tomorrow. And I think that's just such a healthy way to view your work regardless.
I completely agree. And Sam actually challenges me the most with that because I really struggle with where we are and how fast we grew. And winning the L'Oreal Woman of Worth was really difficult for me and still difficult to talk about because it's just like such a strange thing to see yourself on that level. But I do understand that that helps Everyday Action's mission. And that's something that Sam and I both really push each other to do. Like this event today, we don't like being the spotlight. We don't like being in front of people, but we understand that that is furthering our mission. And if we don't believe in it, man, who's going to? So just kind of got to push yourself out of your box and go for it. And on days when you fall on your face, it is okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And for us, we have the extra inspiration of our beneficiaries. I actually also drive for us full time, which is what I'll be doing all afternoon and tonight. And I have to say, every time we've been discouraged because we didn't get this grant, or we are discouraged because this plan like fell through. It None of that matters when I'm handing food to someone and I know that they can eat for that day or they can eat for the week. When I see the families who get to have that food, when I get to see the veterans that we drop off to and how excited they are every time they get the food from the movie set, as they call it, and Bridge to Home, who I know they do bridge housing for those who are just coming off of being unhoused, and they run out of food daily. And every time we show up, they've just run out of food. So that makes it all worth it for us. And I think that everyone should be able to find that inspiration in the work you do.
Wow. Well, I think we all need to take a deep breath and, congratulate and hearts and all of the things. And there was so many things that you shared that you're right, as women in business go through, everything from the loneliness to I don't know how to I love the shag carpet. I'm not going to forget that. The shag carpet and how it started. And almost like it's almost like as you go to that next stage, it's a restart and a restart and a restart and pushing yourself to be on stage. It's interesting. People think that everyone who's speaking, everyone who puts themselves out there is comfortable with it, when it can be a very difficult thing to do. But what I know with the stretch of significance, which I believe that you're in, is that the stretch of significance is exactly that. It stretches you. It stretches you to places you never thought. It makes your fatigue becomes worth it, right? When you see that, and I know that women that are very project-based, no matter what that project is, it's like when that happens, when that transaction of the food or the event or the woman walks across the stage or all the things, somehow the fatigue goes away. Somehow the credit card doesn't seem to matter. Somehow all of that thing, because you've really taken such a big leap. And I know that both Amy and Nancy were talking about it earlier. It's right, like this transaction and the unfoldingness, and sometimes you don't know where it's going to go. I'm so glad that you ended up on our stage today. I know that by being here in this environment, I'm glad that you braved up and stood up and shared up, because I know that that's going to magnify for you. I'm going to ask the obvious question. And you, of course, are welcome back anytime on our stage, and we hope you share it with people that need inspiration, because interestingly, those in need you gave inspiration to us today, yet you're in a place of needing and asking. And I think isn't that a lot of it? Like a lot of times we're asking, but we're also giving. I think that is the gold that women bring to the table, is that even in our ask, we have so much to give, right? Maybe that's where some of the fatigue comes in. I'm not sure. Take your supplements. But anyways, the point is, the question that Leslie asked in the chat is, we'd love to know if you do know, because sometimes you don't know what you need because it's coming around the table. But what do you need? And maybe you can just share that with us. And then Stephanie, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Well, Everyday Action can always use support. We're a little nonprofit that could, if you're interested in generously donating, we have a monthly support program on our website. I'll put in the chat. Recently coming up is our Thanksgiving program. We deliver meals to our beneficiaries in need. This year is trying to be our biggest Thanksgiving, to do 1,500 meals. It started in my kitchen with one oven. We capped out in year 3 with 1,000 meals. We now have a sponsored kitchen and collect meals from everyone all over, but we need to raise $5,000 in order to cook 50 said turkeys. So if you'd like to donate to that event directly, that's coming up. Up next year is also our gala on May 17th. We are very much in need of sponsors starting at $2,500 and up. I have an amazing gala packet. If you know any corporation or anyone here that would be interested in sponsoring, we really need help. And that's our biggest fundraiser of the year. Last year we made $150,000 in just one night. So if you'd like to be part of that special event, please reach out. And any other way you can support us is just follow us on Instagram. If you like something that we're doing, tell your friends. The more people that know about Everyday Action, we just want to help eliminate food waste in Los Angeles and then further expand. So once we're fully funded, we're going to be expanding to other cities. So if you help us get funded in Los Angeles, then maybe we can come to your city and help reallocate food there. So I'll put that information in the chat. Thank you guys for listening to Sam and I today. And good luck out there. It's been a tough week. So keep on going, ladies.
Keep going. Well, before you go, don't leave yet, and I'm going to pass it over to Stephanie, I kind of heard the word volunteers, and I don't know if those are for your events or for your galas or advice on board, but maybe even some advice of women that have business experience in what it is that you're doing might be helpful as well.
Yes. We always need volunteers. If you're in Los Angeles and local and interested, we need drivers every day. Sam schedules them, and when we don't have enough, she herself has to hop on our van, which takes her out of helping us in the operational side of things, though she's our best reallocator. So anyways, we always need drivers, and then we always get online help. So if you're not in Los Angeles, our intern just left. So if you've got some social media skills, I always say Sam and I are broken millennials and are very bad at cell phone and technology. So if that's your skill set and you're looking at our page and think you can make it look better, please volunteer your time, because we can always use help. And then Sam and I are happy to offer whatever we figured out to anyone here who's building a nonprofit. By no means are we experts. Sam and I laugh all the time that we're the people in charge here that figured this out, but we're happy to share what we learned. A fiscal sponsor really helped us at the beginning, and there's lots of bumps along the road, and it's really helpful just to have someone to say, oh my goodness, what do I do now? And Sam and I are like the silliest people alive, and we're here to help you. So if you have any questions about starting a nonprofit, please reach out. I'm going to put our main email in the chat, and just reach out to me and Sam.
Awesome. So
also
Stephanie, I'm
interviewing
going to
for
pass it
Perfect.
over to you.
Thank you, Hillary and Sam. So inspiring, both with your mission and your journey as entrepreneurs. So thank you so much. I know that the chat was blowing up while you two were talking. A lot of support is being offered. So be sure you look at those notes before you leave, and make sure we get connected with you. And definitely a replicable model. A lot of other cities doing film work, right? So thank you. Thank you for your time and for being here with us today. And that leads me to my next point. Make sure you put the love in, like one more fun emoji for Hillary and Sam. And that leads me to please encourage you to join our Facebook group, right? This is an incredible community of relatively free services. We are just here to give you business advice and support. And that's what the 262 platform is all about. So we're posting it right now. I see Desi just posted it. So join our public Facebook group. We now have over 500 members. It's a great place to reconnect. If you can't remember a speaker you heard, but you remember the topic, and you just want to say, hey, ladies, I was really inspired by this. You can give props you can support your fellow women entrepreneurs. Other ways to support 262 are simply by looking at our products and things, because we try to keep this free, right? We try to keep these events and summits free, thanks to the generous support of our sponsors and speakers, but also the incredible products that our team has developed. So we have journals, and I think Desi will pop the link up. We posted it earlier, but everyone loves a little personalized journal with colors that mean something to them, or a cover that means something to them. So we have 10 different journals, and it is a great gift to give. So if you have a journaler in your life, and we're coming up on the holidays, just grab a few of those. That helps support the 262 mission. And then as we're, heading towards the afternoon here, it's Friday, and we all love a nice glass of wine. One glass of red wine can have some good heart benefits. So Deb's holding that up. It is a beautiful label. It's the 262 Women's Project label. And on the back, it talks about our mission. There's a QR code. The wine is, I've met personally with the CEO of the wine company. It is organically farmed. There's a whole process you have to go through to put organic on the label, but it's a low sulfite, farmed organically, the grapes are. And it is a beautiful conversation piece. So if you show up to Thanksgiving or you show up to the holidays with this bottle of wine as a gift, it's an incredible gift for yourself and for others, and a conversation starter. What a great way to encourage more women to join 262. So those are some of the ways in which you can continue to support our mission. And Deb, I think we have maybe one more chat. I'll turn it over to you.
Well, I see Carrie in the room, and can I just read this because it is our grand finale summit for 2024. And whether you're drinking it or reading it, I think it's important. It's the 262 project was brought together to heighten and remind women that the 8th day of March has been established as a day of solidarity for all women, a day that is meant to be celebrated globally, as well as powerfully celebrated individually on the heart of every woman. Raise your glass and cheers with us. So we hope you're raising your glass and cheersing with us with our wine. But if it's not our wine, cheers us anyways. The next time you do a little cheers, throw a little penny in the fountain, think about all your sisters. And how we get seen and heard. You hear me go on and on about media and media impressions. This is why. This is why. Because one person says something and says something and says something, and there's those women in media that have broken some ground, right? And Carrie Hansen's one of them. We had her speak yesterday, and I asked her to come back today and speak because a lot of us as self-funding, as nerve-wracking as it is to get up here and speak, or be at a trade event, or show up at a networking, or learn how to network, or learn how to close the sale, or learn how, because that's all how we stay sustainable. And the bottom line, if you don't stay sustainable, this isn't that much fun. It's just not that much fun. No one wanted to be an entrepreneur to struggle. Struggle is part of the journey. Struggle is part of life. But if there's ways that sometimes people's mission, like Carrie's, is to be able to carry your mission. You know what I mean? That's a big deal. That's a big deal. And those of us in media that really create the right platform for people, we have those conversations behind the curtains. We know how to speak, you know what I mean? And we open doors and we change prices so people can step up and speak, and we try to be as accessible as possible. And Carrie just does that on a regular basis, and I know. And there's people that go all in, and she's an all in. And I had her share yesterday, and I'm going to ask you to share it again. Today we're going to talk about who should be doing radio, right? Who should be doing radio, and you could say everybody and anybody, but I think I'm just going to talk a little bit about who should and how to. I mean, I talk about it from a media impression, but I wanted to share with you because when you mix your media, whether it's trade shows or social or what have you, when you're seen on different arenas, it builds an internal confidence for one, right? I don't think it takes much. I don't think you go onto your Facebook now and come off and go, "Whoo, I'm a rock star." Do you know what I mean? You're probably past that. You're probably like, you've done this, right? Maybe if you haven't done a live yet, you need to do a live or whatever, right? But sometimes we get comfortable with our media. We just do. And then we go, oh, podcasts aren't working, or social's not working, or it's kind of working, or what have you. But you have to stretch in all areas of your business. And one of them might be getting on a damn radio show. So I brought Carrie in to talk about the darn radio show because some of us don't even think that radio shows exist anymore. So Carrie, I know that we're wrapping up, and you are our final grand goddess today in our final grand summit. And how appropriate. I love the glitter on the back. I've obviously been on her show. She's been really incredible. But can you please share the numbers that you shared yesterday, and let's talk a little bit about who should be doing radio, because that was I think it was a powerful moment. You had Dr. Sophia Yen, and you talked about her numbers, right?
Yeah,
so
I did.
Over to you, and I'm going to stop talking clearly.
No, I love it when you talk. This is the problem when you're in media and doing radio is we talk so much. And I had, real quick story, but I've been to summits and I've been to like those BNI meetings and all these network meetings, and they're like, yeah, we would love your elevator pitch in 30 seconds or less. And I'm like, no, it's always like over a minute. So I have to learn to go, okay, here's the short and simple term of it, and then be done with it. But that's okay. I've already put into the chat a couple of you that I would love to even just have on my radio show, because sometimes, just like Hillary and Sam, even though their cause is down in LA, that's not to say, we're up here in Canada. So ideally, my radio show, it streams through a local radio station in here in Lethbridge. Well, it's in Alberta, Lethbridge, Alberta. So it streams through Just TV, Just FM. So it has the ability to reach a larger audience. Ideally, there's 50,000 people local in just Lethbridge alone. So it reaches there, but it reaches across the world because we stream through the NCG television network in Italy, through Roku TV, through all of our socials, of course, which is Facebook, Instagram, you name it. Recently, I've been streaming my shows through LinkedIn. Believe it or not, since doing that, the numbers still even skyrocketed. So, which is amazing. Dr. Sophia Yen was on. You guys may or may not have seen her show. Now, her number is kind of around the average, but I'm just going to let you know, this is what she reached on our show just within the hour. Okay, this is just the 1 hour rate that she got was 31,824. So you can do a podcast, you can do a live, you can do something, but are you going to get those numbers within an hour? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, so that was 1 hour. Then the owner of Jets FM contacted me because he streams the show through his Facebook page. We have over 10K followers on the Facebook page. So just overnight, within 17 hours from the start of the show to the 17 hours, so that was Saturday to Sunday, we had over 3,000 plays on her show. So that's just what you can do within 24 hours, less than 24 hours. So anyone who's looking for a good reach within that time is something that, potentially is one of the most wonderful things to do, especially if you're looking for doing a fundraiser. Like the ladies, oh, we need help and we need it almost right away because, homelessness is not very fun. People that are starving out there is not very fun. So be able to put your voice out there and get heard, share it on all your platforms and continue it and go, hey, we are on this platform. The ladies were on like these other amazing shows. I mean, you can't beat that. But again, you can take it and you can share it. You can make reels out of it. You can just do a little clip and go, hey, we need your help on this. You can put it on your websites. You can do so much with it, which is amazing. So, that's what I'm here to do is I'm here to take your stories and be able to share it because it's one thing, like I always like to use the McDonald's story. Everyone, you can drive by McDonald's, you see the golden arches, you know about it, but do you know the owner's story? Do you know the face behind them? Do you know, maybe they came from the other side of the world? Who knows, right? So when you come on, you get a chance to kind of brand yourself with your face, with your story, with your voice. Your voice is getting heard. And then people actually get to really know you and they go, oh, hey, the owners of McDonald's was on Carrie's show. I really get to know them. They're awesome. They're amazing. And again, just like everybody else, we've all struggled in one way or another, myself included. My radio show has now been going for about 4 years. So I'm starting season 10 in the new year, which is awesome. Just TV just got nominated they were like a bronze last year, another platinum this year for being nominated one of the best radio shows, like radio in the world almost. So it's pretty cool. Like we're all building up. I was Canadian Choice Award winner last year for media. So it's pretty cool. So this is what we're doing. We're getting out there, we're sharing your stories. We want you guys being heard, but not just, you're sharing yourself. You're sharing who you really are. And that's what truly matters out there. So Deb has been on. She's so amazing and I love sharing her stories. Ocean's been on. A few of you ladies from the book have been on and I couldn't just be happier to share your stories because not only do you get to share, your company, who you are, but we also have been sharing our book as well, letting it out there a little bit more, saying, hey, we've been to Ireland, we've been to the Grammys, the Emmys, and we're doing this, we're doing that. So more and more people get to hear about us, what we're doing, and that makes them more interested. So this helps bring an interest. It helps bring, just that little bit of yourself and get out. I know it's a comfort thing, but to me, I always tell everyone that comes on, I'm like, let's do a Zoom beforehand. Let's get comfortable. It's fun. And then after like an hour of being on the show, they're like, oh, I just forgot I was even being on radio. Like they just thought it was like a Zoom meeting. Like it was so fun. So yeah, that's all I have to say is just come out, be yourself, have fun, get a hold of me. And even if we can't get on the radio right away, I have my own underground radio C platform, which I stream through, and we can do that. But it's always fun to get on radio. So I've got the potential to do the podcast side and the radio side, which is a lot of fun. So yeah, get a hold of me, guys.
Well, thank you, Carrie, so much for sharing
Yeah.
about radio, because many people don't really understand it. And honestly, you're showing up just kind of like this. It's like you just kind of, you feel like you're on a Zoom. And I like you sharing the numbers, because the cool thing about radio is that it's instant, right? I always say media is the instant long game, and it is the instant long game. It's the conversion of those 30,000 and people getting to know you. That's what it is. But it's kind of neat where when you go on radio, it's a live show, right? It's a live show and people hear you live, right?
Yeah.
People hear you live, very different than most podcasts, and same with our podcast that we have.
Yeah.
Is a podcast that we do, and then we have to do production and all the things, right? Just like your podcast. So I just think it's just opening up the eyes and letting women know that there's these opportunities that are available. And we're so great because you're such a gifting 262 sister, and what she gifts for us. And that's what I mean. We do accommodations around what it costs to go on to Carrie's show. And if you want more information, you can go and contact with Carrie into the chat.
And I was on Deb's show too. Don't forget.
That's right.
I
I was on there, and you need to go there. So that being said, we're literally starting to wrap up from this 2-day Women of Inspiration. And you have heard us talk on and on and on about everything that we have. And I want to just kind of go through with you things that we have, because just because we're not doing another summit till the 7th and 8th of March doesn't mean that we don't want to see you, hang out with you, support you. Stephanie just talked about how we have this incredible over 500 women on the Facebook group. Now, if you're on the inside of the curtain, if you're a 262 sister, there's one that you can post any day, all day, everything about what you're doing in your world. The other one is for the public, and that is on Tuesday. It's called Turn It Up Loud on Tuesdays. So go turn it up loud. Go ask for what you need. Put out there what it is that you're doing and how people can help. And then comment and cheer on your sisters. That's what that platform is for, to learn about other women. See if you have something to recommend for them, and they do the same thing for you. That's how this is all working. We have an incredible ask party that we just invited you to. That's normally an inside the curtain. We have that ask party. Please just put the word ask in your email, and we will invite you to this big global ask party where you get to ask for anything that's going to change your life, personal and or business, in the next 30 days. And you should see what happens in those rooms. It is Rolodex opening everywhere. We have a top performance class. If you want to tweak up some of your business skills, we have a top performance class coming up that you can join. We have media classes that you can join so you can learn how to get more media impressions, right? We have group podcasts of multiple different categories. So if you're a coach or a trainer or a mentor, if you're in health and wellness, if you're women in finance, if you're in direct sales, if you're in, and these are
Is Deb frozen?
Oh, I'm frozen?
There we go. Okay.
Oh, I was frozen?
You're back.
Okay. Well, there you go. So maybe I needed to stay there. Group podcast. So come on to the group podcast. It's a great way to meet everyone and be a part of that. You've heard about the book all day. We invite you to come into the book so that we can put you in there and hand you, as this book goes across the world. We've been in Ireland and Dallas. We're doing an incredible event in Vancouver in August. In February, we're going to be at the Oscars. So let us represent you, or come along. Purchase the book. It's interesting. If you are a woman in business and you do not have this book as a Rolodex for women to do business with, you are missing out. You're going to social, you're going to LinkedIn, you're going to here, you're going to there to meet women. There's over 200 women in here that are ready to play, that want to hear from you, that put their contact information. Personally, I think it's the best Rolodex that you could imagine. Go talk to these women. They're making things happen, right? you can sponsor this event. If you don't want to stand up and speak up, if you don't want to do that, and or you can sponsor this event. And there's a variety of things and advantages to doing that. We're excited that this book is going to be in bookstores next year, both small and big. So yay, right now it is available on Amazon. It's Kindle, it's ebook, it's hardcover. Ooh, it's so pretty, and it's full. And if you like the soft cover, if you're a soft cover lady, we have that there for you as well. And then you're going to be able to see it in bookstores next year with all sorts of wonderful things coming your way. So those are kind of just some of the things that we have going on for you. And if that sounded engulfing, cool. That means that your mind's spinning and there's things that you're trying to digest. Literally, you can just reach out to us. If you want to put into the chat, I need a conversation, good to go. We'll make sure that we reach out to you. And if you are a 262 sister and you're like, oh my gosh, what's going on? I know there's a holiday party and an ask party and what have you. There's a new person on team and her name is Cheryl Rafter, and she is the director of happiness. And she is here to support all of the authors and all of the speakers and all the quote authors. And she's going to call you. And if you want to have a conversation with her, she's going to update you on everything 262. So I am going to stop talking right now. I'm going to pass it over to the Stephanie Seiko I've had the opportunity to be on the Emmys floor with. We've had conversation. She's been in my house. We were here for the launch. We've been able to co-host for the last couple of days. And please share with everybody, you have a book that's coming out. You have a book that's coming out, and I'd like you to share about that. And let's pass it back over to you, my friend, and let's close this incredible day out.
Thank you so much. Well, my book coming out is called Your Love Compass, a woman's unconventional guide to dating and relationships. I've taken my 25 plus years of corporate communication experience, coupled with 2 marriages and 2 divorces by the age of 42, to figure out what makes relationships tick. And it's all about who we attract in the first place and from what place we are attracting love. And so I'm here to help middle-aged women or late-aged women who are looking to have that love in their life that they haven't been able to find, look at it from a different perspective. So thanks, Deb. I'm so excited. I will be at the Oscars with the book, also supporting 262, but excited to have my book launching there. I thought today was incredible. Yesterday was incredible. Thank you for all of you who have stuck with us, who kept the action going in the chat, the energy up. We are a global community of women, and hearing all these diverse stories and diverse causes and what inspires us and makes us tick, it makes the world so colorful. And that is what we have been striving to do, what Deb has built in our Show Up, Speak Up, Stand Up opportunities, 262. This is a place I think you can see after these 2 days where you can get love and support and collaboration and some tough advice when you need to hear it. So we love to support women. If you were sitting on this call thinking, shoot, I should have invited this friend or this entrepreneur, this woman I know, make a note of that and send them a note today and let them know about March 7th and 8th. They can register through Eventbrite and get that ticket. And if you're feeling a calling to participate in any way, in the book, in our performance plan, in speaking, we have some remaining speaker spots for March 7th and 8th International Women's Day. They're going fast, but reach out to Deb, to myself, to Kathleen, put it in the chat. We save this whole chat and then we go back through and make sure we reach out based on how you've asked the question. And then we will be announcing the winners, right? You're probably wondering, oh, did I win a grand prize from one of the speakers? That email, you will get emailed directly and you will be connected with the person awarding the grand prize. So don't fear. There'll be lots of emails going out. It's a place of abundance for sure. And we just want to thank you for your abundance and your contributions today. It's been an honor and a pleasure.
Awesome. So I know that Emily is getting ready. This is Emily. She's our, oh, look at Cheryl Rafter, the happiness director is popping in. Kathleen, as we start to wrap up, well, we are wrapping up, and Emily is just about ready to go into our closing reel. Did you want to say a few things before we do that?
Oh, I do, of course. I always want to.
Oh, I do.
First off is just thank you. My heart is so full. My spirit is full. it never fails. Deb and the team put together such an amazing, amazing summit. The women, oh my gosh, the speakers, thank you, thank you, thank you. As full as I am, I also know how much more there is to do and how many more people there are to reach and how many more women there are to sort of friend, I guess. I wrote down earlier, come listen, come love, come support. We have women all over the world that have a mission, a story, something inside, and every woman deserves to be heard and supported. And it's been said many times, if you know someone that you think, wow, I really enjoyed today, or I enjoyed the last 2 days, or I know somebody else that needs to hear this story. With literally every person that was speaking, I'm writing down over here people that need to be connected to them. And that's the whole idea. We heard a lot about 7 generations, the connection, and that's what we are. We're a movement that just continues to move, to roll, to grow. And I'm honored to be a part of it. I love you all. And thanks for a super great year. And here's to next year that's going to be even bigger, even better, even stronger because of you. So thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Emily's going to close us out by putting the reel. We will see you all the first week of December for the Ask Party. All right, here we go. Nope. Anticipation. Isn't there a song about that? Carole King, maybe? All right. Oh, we're needing some volume. There we go. Wasn't someone talking about tech earlier? I think it's awesome. Oh, we're not having our volume. We could all sing, but that would be interesting. Okay, we're going to play with that a
I'll
little
just
bit.
disconnect and give me 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay. Well, in that 30 seconds, does someone have, oh, no, we're going. No, we're not. We're going, but we don't hear the volume. All right, it's getting figured out.
Desi, jump on in then.
Desi's going to jump in. Well, in the meanwhile, Miss Joanne Callahan, who kicked us off this morning. It's in Ireland. It's late there. What are you doing? Can you encapsulate for us maybe your experience of the summit you've been on the last couple of days while our tech is doing their magic?
Amazing. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm so hooked I can't even go to bed. It's nighttime here now. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Great nuggets. I mean, it's just new nuggets come up all the time. And it's just so amazing. Oh God, I love this community. I love the women in it. And I love, what I love about it is that we're all on the same, even though we all have unique skill sets, right? We all have different things that we can bring to the party. We're all aligned with the same mission. And that's what makes it so powerful.
I absolutely agree. One of the things that I'm taking home, I love when Pat said, what did you put on hold? Because I think it's really interesting as we go even into really good projects or really cool things that we're doing, sometimes when time comes up in our life or we get a breath of fresh air, sometimes we forget about the things that we put on hold that could just give us joy. It doesn't have to be like the new career. It could be the new hobby. I really enjoyed that today.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it just gives, and then I loved, when who was talking about the right brain, the left brain, the creativity and stuff, because we can get very analytical and trying to figure it out. And sometimes when we pause, that's when the light bulb moment comes in. So we have to rest. I'm the sleep coach. I'm all about sleeping and resting. And it's really important, for our intuition and coming up with new ideas and stuff, because if we keep doing the same thing, we'll get the same results, so we have to think differently sometimes, and we need to make that space to allow those new ideas to come in. Oh, it's just amazing.
No, it's true. Emily, I'm just going to wait for you to give me the go ahead, and if we're ready, cool. And we're ready, Desi says. So
I'm ready.
Thanks. All right, thanks, Joanne. So let's close this out, ladies, and if not, we'll talk to someone else.
I mean to you? A global hive of queen bees. And these queen bees include all the moms and grandmas that came before us, and also the women and girls of today and tomorrow.
I guess I would just sort of like, if you were going to pick a couple words, I'd say solidarity, sustainability, empowerment.
It acknowledges and celebrates the gifts, talents, and achievements of women around the globe. And I see it as an opportunity for women as part of a global sisterhood to uplift, inspire, and empower and encourage one another.
I don't care where you are. I got you, girl. I'm going to support you. I'm going to love you. And hey, no matter what you do, I'm going to love you despite who you are or what you are. I'm going to love you.
International Women's Day movement is an honoring of all the women throughout the world who are working so tirelessly to change their situations, their communities, become change agents and empower other women to do the good work they need to do.
Community and having champions within that community. Many of us are entrepreneurs. And when you become an entrepreneur, boy, do you need a community of women to lift you up.
Well, cheers. Thank you so much for joining us and having a cheers, a glass of wine, a hello. Welcome to the 262 Women Project. Thank you so much. 262 women, entrepreneurs, ultrapreneurs, creatives, and media, rock legacy and tell all book. This project started with a book. And then while I was sitting on my late night couch office one day, a movie got presented to me and I got very told to watch the movie, and I did. And it was the life story of one of the most incredible women that has dedicated her life to women's accessibility. And I got a very clear download, if you'd want to say, or message that we needed to incorporate more into this project. And their birthed 22 summits of women coming together from all over the world, a world global accessibility event where anyone in the world that was a woman or someone who supported women could come for free and just download their own inspiration and innovation from everyone that was sharing. It's incredible, and it's been incredible. And thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of women's lives have been changed due to this. And we had to be the first project to ever release what we call Sip and Summit. Sip and read, sip and book, sip and join in. And we launched this incredible wine club for people like you to be able to enjoy and participate. You may not have been to anything that we've done, but by purchasing the wine, you have supported and contributed to that message of having an incredible day where women all over the world get to be united in solidarity, whether they're in each other's company or in each other's country or in each other's energy. So thank you so much. I want to cheers to you. If you are a woman who supports a woman, happy International Women's Day, and may that be every day. Treat yourself special every day with a little something.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great day, great afternoon, great weekend.
We will see you soon. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thanks, Europe, for staying in there. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.